That, everybody, is how we do it. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everybody, to ArvCon 2024. It is upon us. It has arrived. And I want to thank, first of all, Peripheral Mike Smith, for doing that amazing introduction video. What do you mean, is that supposed to have audio? Are you kidding? Please don't tell me that. What do you mean? It definitely had audio. Okay, it must have been on your side, Hilness. I was like, wait a minute. I tested this like 3 times. I tested like 3 times. You didn't have any audio? I don't know what to say. Okay, Effect Life heard it too. Yeah, I don't know, Hilness. I guess it was on your side. Because I was like, dude, what the heck? As long as it's your thing to correct. Maybe you have ghosts. I don't know, but I definitely had it on my side. Okay, cool. Anyway, welcome, everybody. It is a pleasure to have everybody here. Welcome to day 1 of ArvCon 2024 to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. I could not be more excited for this. This is one of the big highlights we do every year on this channel. It is a great honor to be able to do it and a great privilege, and with a lot of great friends and great players and great events, and everything's great all day. So I want to get into this quickly. I want to make sure that we get into the fun and enjoyable times, but I want to mention, first of all, a couple of things which are critically important about this. I'm not going to talk about anything related to the channel today except to follow the channel and to spread the word about the channel. And the reason for that is that I want people to be able to come to the channel and to be able to join us, this group, as we get more and more people in for ArvCon and spread the word about Damon Runyon. Let me say a quick note about our sponsors, then I want to say a quick note about the schedule, then why we're doing Damon Runyon in the first place, and then how you can donate, and then we'll actually get to the people. So if I remove myself quickly, whoa! Suddenly I see this amount, something came up, I heard it, it was there, I know when this happens. Hold on a second. We have had our first donation, and it comes from Nonstop. Crit hit, cancer took critical damage. I love it. Thank you so much. Before I could even get the words out, we get Nonstop with that first donation. Thank you so much, Nonstop. Nonstop already knows the drill. Nonstop's been here with all of this. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. It was not a donation of $5,000. It was a donation of $10 out of $5,000. But that's a really good start to get us out of the gates right. So thank you so much. And yes, let me talk a little bit very quickly about this, and then we can get to a bunch of donating and things like that. Thank you, Nonstop. You're going to see an overlay and an award and like an alert message too, but not on this opening screen. So, but you did hear the sound. So let me just pop up a couple things here. Let me get rid of this for a second. First of all, I want to thank my wonderful sponsors for this, and that is, of course, the amazing Alligator Alley Entertainment, the amazing Athos Arts, the amazing Catalyst Game Labs, the amazing Free League Publishing, the amazing Fatbot Games, the amazing GOG.com, the amazing Nomad Games, the amazing Rambo Academy for Wayward Writers, and the amazing Tin Man Games. These are our 9 sponsors this year. I am honored that they are back and supporting us, and I'm really grateful to our wonderful sponsors who make part of this, make this definitely possible. I also want to, of course, thank, before I talk about the schedule, the incredible mods for this. Our mods are amazing. You will see people doing stuff in chat, whether it is Triffid, whether it is Shadow Mage, whether it is Dragon Spear, whether it is Hilness. You will see a bunch of people in here rotating in and out. It is an amazing list. What's up, Trent? Good to see you, man. It is an amazing group of people, and I am enormously grateful to all of them who do a lot of work behind the scenes while I'm trying to run stuff up front. They do an amazing job behind the scenes. That includes all of the distribution. Oh my God. That includes all the incredible distribution of stuff that we have behind the scenes. Wait a minute. Effect Life sends something saying, here is the next $10. I love it. Thank you very much, Effect Life. There's nothing I like better than that. So we're up to $20 already of $5,000. We are on our way. Thank you very much for that, Effect Life. I appreciate it. And as I say, we'll get that box up there shortly in just a moment. But thank you again to the amazing mods for doing that. I also want to thank all the players that you'll be seeing this weekend, all the musicians that we'll have this weekend, of course, the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation scientists. I want to thank Damon Runyon themselves, especially Megan McCurdy, who is the head of PR there and the communications Communications Director, who has been so incredibly generous and supportive of what we're doing. And I'm really glad and grateful for that, as this is our 10th annual ArvCon, and I'll talk more about that in just a moment. So schedule-wise, let's talk about that, and then we'll get into why we're doing this, and then we'll talk about how you can donate for those of you that don't already know. So this is going to begin tonight in just a few minutes with day 27 of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, which I think you can see right there on top of that screen. Also, thank you to Shadowed Mage for these overlays and splash screens, by the way. Really, really great stuff. Yeah, no, I know, Echo. I'm aware. Concert. The first part of the concert features a performance from Zac Clay. Zac will be doing a live performance because he will not be available tomorrow on Saturday, but he will be here today for this concert, so that's going to be awesome. So that's tonight. Tomorrow at noon Eastern, we'll have the interview with the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation scientists. We have 3 scientist players again this year, 2 of them from previous years who are coming back, and 1 who's brand new to us, so that's going to be really great. All Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation scientists. I'll be chatting with them at noon. At 12:30 p.m. Eastern, that will come to a close, and we will start Talisman Adventures, the finale of Talisman Adventures with the GOG TTRPG crew. That'll happen at 12:45. That will be the finale of Talisman Adventures and a major announcement about the D&D with GOG crew. You will not want to miss this. It's going to be really awesome. Then at, I believe it is 4 something, I need to look at the schedule directly, is going to be the Star Wars TTRPG featuring the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation scientists with Johnny Pittman, who's going to be a part of this mix. He's going to be GMing for us. So Johnny's going to be there yesterday, today, and on Monday. So Johnny's going to be busy bee all this weekend, for which I'm very grateful. That Star Wars one-shot is going to be a lot of fun. Then we will have the second part of the concert, which will feature performances from Kilgore Trout and Chrono Wolf. Very excited to have both of those folks back with us. Kilgore Trout's been doing this for a long time. Chrono Wolf has also done it for a long time, but had to skip last year. He is back this year, which is super cool. Indy cannot do it this year and is very sorry, but he will be back next year, so it's all good stuff. Then after that, and the Saturday evening, will be the Community D&D with the Shadow Crew, Waterdeep Dragon Heist, playing perhaps a special one-shot. So we'll have a chance to talk about that. That will be a good time going forward. So we've got that. Then Sunday, we have got D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War. That is going to be the marathon session that will run from noon to 8 p.m. Eastern. A lot of stuff going on with that. Super excited about Eberron, Oracle of War. 8 hours of goodness there. And then on Monday, we will have day 4, the final day of ArvCon 2024. And that will feature the premiere of Dune, Adventures in the Imperium, Plans Within Plans. Again, that is Johnny Pittman, and he will be joined as GM by the wonderful players, and brand new as a one group cast. They've never all played together, and that is Darcy Little Badger, Valerie Valdez, Zac Clay, and Brandon O'Brien. That is going to be an awesome cast with Dune. You will definitely want to be here for that. And then wrap up will happen. That'll run from 3:30 to 6:30, and then I will be wrapping up from 6:45 or so, or 6:30. 5, whenever they finish, up until about 7 p.m., maybe a little bit after, and that will wrap up ArvCon 2024, at which point we hope we will have reached that amount of money. So that's the schedule. It's very exciting. I can't wait for it. Now, let me move to this, and you can now see the overlay, and this is the overlay that we're going to be using for this, which is going to be pretty cool, although I just realized there may be a problem because I didn't realize that it actually kept those overlays. I didn't realize that it actually kept the overlays. Well, let me see. Let me make sure. I may need to actually... I didn't realize that it actually kept the donations up there. And that's going to be kind of a problem because we don't really have... okay. Event list, yes. I'm going to delete that. I would love to be able to use that, but the problem is I can't really do that because... All right. Let me try. Can I refresh that? There we go. That's better. Yeah. I would love to be able to do that, but I honestly can't because it's going to interfere. It's going to get in the way of the rest of the overlays. So I can't do that event list. So instead, we're going to be doing it this way. You can see that number at the top of the screen above you over there. You can see we've raised $20 so far. You can see our $5,000 goal. You can see this ArvCon 2024 benefiting the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. You can also see over there on the corner of the screen, you can see the top donation, which currently goes to Nonstop, although it's really a tie between Nonstop and Effect Life. And you can see down there the QR code. If you scan that QR code, it will bring you directly to the donation page where you can donate using PayPal or something else. They can accept credit card. They can accept international donations using Tiltify. So you can do that right there. In addition to that, you can also use, in addition to those things, you can also use this link, which is right here. It has Q in it. I don't trust it. You can also use this. So you can see that if we do the donate, let me see. I believe it is, the command is donate. Yeah, there we go. Actually, wait, Hilness did that. And then let me see. Right. Okay. So that should be this way. So if you donate here, you'll see the link there, which is donate to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. You can see that link. It is https://tiltify.com/@arvaneleron/ArvCon 2024. And if you do that, if you link to that, then that will bring you over. You can donate there, at which point you can let us know. Now, it will also automatically update, but we also want to keep a separate text thing here so that we can actually see it and we can praise you with great praise and do all that kind of stuff. But when we come off this screen, for example, to the Dungeons & Dragons screens, we'll be keeping track of that stuff up on the top left, or sorry, as you look at the screen, top left, that little bar that you see over there, that is our progress bar. So that's going to be happening over there, but do please let us know. Again, the reason that we're doing this, so that's how you do it, is !donate, and that will bring you to the link, and then you can go there and come back here. Now, let's talk briefly about why we're doing this, and then we're going to get right into the game. And I told my players, please be patient because this is the first opening salvo of ArvCon. This is the 10th annual ArvCon, and this began back in 2015, not that long after the passing of my dog Lilo, which some of you who have been around here for a while may know. She died of an aggressive hemosarcoma, a kind of blood cancer. That is also something which my dog Maggie had died from. But the thing that was sort of most, kind of poignant to me is that it was only 6 years after my mother had passed away from breast cancer. And I felt, being very sad about the situation with my dog, that it just reminded me how I felt helpless in these situations. I felt like there was nothing I could do. I just had to sit there and watch these people and creatures and, family members and friends that I cared about pass away, and I could do nothing about it. And I finally said, I have to do something. There's got to be something I can do to fight back against this awful disease. And that's when I set to work. I knew that I had a platform. I had been streaming that point for a few years. And I did just something very casual the first year or two, just raising a few $100, talking about, doing a little event. It started out as like a 1 or 2 day thing, and then it grew, and then it became a 4-day and then a 5-day at one point event. And all of that was to benefit Damon Runyon. And the reason that I picked Damon Runyon is because Damon Runyon is one of the most highly respected charities in the world for cancer research, number one. Number two, it is associated in New York City in particular with discounted theater tickets, which is part of how they get some of their money, that they raise money and funds to support this effort. And that is really important to me because, of course, my mother was an actress on off-Broadway in the 60s. She was in the traveling company of The Sound of Music and so on. And so I thought that that felt very much like I was paying tribute to her. Moreover, Damon Runyon benefits young researchers, people who are doing interdisciplinary work to tie together various scientific fields in ways that can really move the ball down the field in regards to various cancer treatments. And since it has come into being, they have not only raised millions of dollars for this support, but they have managed to put together actual, tangible, major benefits to cancer research in society. They have advanced the ball down the field. Multiple Nobel Prize winners have come from scientists who were Damon Runyon Cancer Research Fellows. So it works with a younger demographic, which is something I work with in my daily life as a professor. They work with those with a younger demographic, and they work in an optimistic way that brings community together. And beyond the fact that this is supporting cancer research, it's the fact that this is supporting a community effort to all come together to do something, to put the lie to the idea that we're all separated and isolated people who don't want to spend any time with each other and we're all angry at each other all the time. It is not that case. That is not the case. It is us working together collectively for common purpose. Over the last 9 years, we have raised over $30,000 for Damon Runyon, and it has been an incredible ride to be able to do that as we arrive here at the 10th year of supporting Damon Runyon. My oldest friend died last year. I spoke at his funeral. I gave one of the eulogies at his funeral, who died of a rare form of bone cancer. Again, this is not something, this $30,000 is not going to solve all those problems by themselves, but it is a significant gesture of support from a group of people coming together who, in the doing of this, are also finding themselves brought together in a powerful way and in a way that can really help reach out to others in other elements of the community. And so I am making an appeal to all of you lovely folks to please donate if you're capable of doing so. No amount is too small. Obviously, large amounts are great too. Our goal this year is $5,000, and I'd like to be able to break and blow past that goal, but I do want to set a goal that we can hopefully reach. And if you can spread the word and let people know about this and let the link go out and send the message about all that, that would be very much appreciated as well. It is very important to us that we make something of this and we do something significant in this regard. Okay, a couple of notes about giveaways as well. As we go along here, as we've each reached various milestones, and I'm guessing that the milestones are something like, I want to say like $100, maybe $200. We have a whole spreadsheet that the mods are keeping track of. As we reach those milestones, we'll be doing various giveaways of computer games, of classes, of audiobooks, of Humble Bundle, packages, and all these things to benefit to go to various people. And that will be regardless of what you give. If you're in chat, you can be entered in those giveaways. The mods will explain how to actually do that. Hey, Drew, what's up? Good to see you. Now, that said, there are also prizes going to the top donators. I have 3 of them this year. The third top donator is going to get this. Third top donator is going to get, hang on one second. Let's see. Right. Third top donator is going to get this. This is a D&D prize pack coming from us. So if you are the third top donator, you are going to receive this pack. And that is, you are going to receive Candlekeep Mysteries. You are going to receive Keys from the Golden Vault, 2 books about a Dungeons & Dragons book specifically. And you're going to receive an official dice set. That's right, your very own, look at that. Feast your eyes, premium dice, premium dice, premium dice, premium dice. What's up, Fleos? So 3, this is going to go to the third highest donor. Candlekeep Mysteries, Keys from the Golden Vault, and this official dice set. This is the D&D prize pack. You will get this if you are the third top donor, or donator, I guess I should say. If you are the second top donator, you are going to receive this from the amazing skill, mind, and artistic talent of the great Prince Justin. And that is, this is what you are going to receive. That's right. You are going to get this. This gorgeous photograph, which is set on metal and, as you can see, printed on metal and has this kickstand. But so you could either frame it or you can just put it on a desk or something like that. It is really, really gorgeous. And so this is going to go to the second top donator, and Prince Justin can tell you about where that was taken. So this goes to the second top donator. Yeah, I don't think you had seen that yet, Drew. Second top donator is going to go there. So that's going to be great. Hi, Emily. How are you? Okay. And the top donator is going to win this from our very own Drew the Damager. This, which I just opened last night. This is going to go to the top donator. Never mind the, sorry about the reflection. It's super shiny. That is going to go to the top donator. And again, this is also, as you can see, printed on metal and capable of being hung. And that is going to go to the top donator. So I'm really grateful to, in particular, Drew the Damager here and to Prince Justin, the two people giving to the top two donators. I will ship this to you at my cost, unless you are in like southern Guam or something that's going to cost a fortune, in which case we might have to talk about a way to slightly defer some of the shipping costs, but otherwise this is going to go to you at my cost, and I'm super, super grateful for this. Well, because it has a kickstand. Yeah, exactly. That's why. This also has the ability to hang. They're both amazing, honestly. They're great. Like it's kind of 1 and 1A, to be perfectly honest with you. They're both amazing. So those are the prizes that we are giving away. And yeah, I am extremely excited about that. So the top donators are going to get those prizes as calculated over the course of the weekend. So I know that this is prominent, and let's just, make sure that that exists that way. Okay, with that said, so those are the top donator prize. So again, make sure, ! donate. Remember to donate. Remember to spread the word, and let's get those numbers up there. The higher we get those numbers, the better. The earlier we can, the better, because we can really build up some momentum for this too. So please do that. Again, it's never an obligation, but it is something which is really, really helpful to us, and to the foundation. So thank you in advance for all of that and for all the fun that we're going to have this weekend together, and for supporting Damon Runyon. Okay, with that said, I'm going to unmute myself and apologize unreservedly to whoever I interrupted. Also apologize to my players ahead of time because they were so patient while I was introducing all the ArvCon stuff. Then I'm going to unmute them. And last, I am going to bring you over to reveal. You can see that it's not only the amazing crew, but you can also see very quickly the overlay is here too, chat. Right above where I am, you can see the amount we've raised, $20 we've already gotten in the first couple of minutes. You can also see that we have the list of donators. Currently, the top donation is coming to you from Nonstop, tied with Effect Life, $10 each. You can see that we're benefiting the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. And right there at that bottom left, you see this thing that we like to call a QR code. That is not a virus, chat. If you click on and scan that thing, it will bring you directly to the ArvCon Tiltify page where you can donate. It will then give you the dramatic, orchestra hit. And then we will know, and then we will praise you with great praise. So that is the deal with that. Players, I'm so sorry that it took a little while to get over to you. Thank you for being patient. You were all the greatest people of all time. Let me begin by introducing the amazing person at the top left of your screen, and that is Johnny Pittman. Johnny is going to be with us for multiple portions of ArvCon. Johnny is going to be here tonight. He's going to be there tomorrow running West End Star Wars, which I'm really looking forward to. That's going to be badass. And then Monday, the premiere of Dune Imperium, plans within plans, man. It is exciting. So thank you so much, Johnny, for the extra effort and work this weekend. I really appreciate it. How are you feeling about ArvCon this year? Who are you playing in our soiree event this evening?
I want to start off by thanking you, Greg, for running the event. This is a great idea. I'm excited to be participating as a part of all of it. I also want to thank you for interrupting us, because we were literally doom scrolling in conversation. So yeah, I really appreciate the momentum stopped.
I do what I can.
Now we're here. We're gonna play a game. We're just gonna forget our troubles for about 3 hours or 2.5 or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I do. No doom
scroll. I am here. I am going to be running some West End Games Star Wars tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 25th of May. It is 47 years since Star Wars came out officially, because this whole May the 4th thing is all crazy, but like May the 25th is the actual day. So that I figured if I'm going to run a game, might as well run Star Wars and go back to the classic that saved Star Wars and RPGs in a lot of ways. So, and then Monday, Zach and I are gonna do something silly, which we still need to work out some kinks about. But yeah, there's this little plan within plan kind of thing. And
wow, of course there is. It's on brand.
Right, exactly. tonight I will be playing a not an Ashen Forged Melder. That's terrible. It's a Zek engineer. That's right. I'm playing a Zek engineer by the name of Titus Littlefoot, and I don't know what the final deal is yet, but I believe we do have art coming. Like,
Yep.
Imminent. Like, is that coming this weekend? Do you know if Hannah's
that is a good question. No, man, I wish I could not quite. We have a premiere, we have a finale, we have a major announcement, we have music, we have scientists. I don't know that we also got. I should have tried to add that in so we could get art on top of it. I don't think we do have it quite. But
right.
Yes, that's coming soon, and then that's going to be available. Chat. I want a new shirt for Expedition. Like I do this one for this campaign because it's as close as it gets. But I want an Expedition thing with the full array of characters, and I want all these wonderful players to have shirts they can be like, yeah, that's right, I'm repping my so I'm working on it. I'm making that happen. But I do not have it yet for this weekend. I'm sorry.
You're good. Right.
Yes.
So that's me. But thanks.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Always a pleasure. And that is going to lead us to the amazing and awesome Toya Kristen Finley. It is good to see you, Toya. I also want to give a shout out because I think we mentioned this on stream before, but if not, that Toya is the editor of the Gen Con Writers Symposium anthology. And I did want to mention that because it is very exciting that the symposium is getting an anthology finally. And it's there could not be in better hands than the fact that Toya would be responsible for editing it. So it's awesome. And thank you, Toya, for doing that. But most importantly, just thank you for being you and being here. How are you feeling about ArvCon and so forth? And who are you playing in our event this evening?
I appreciate that intro. My sinuses are a little nuts tonight, so I apologize if I usually sound like a 15-year-old boy. Tonight I actually sound like a 15-year-old girl. But I'm very pleased to be a part of ArvCon again. I believe my first one was last year.
I think that's right.
Yeah, so lots of fun festivities. I think we had a big ol' donation come in last year, if I remember correctly, too.
Yes.
A bagel donation?
Yeah, so that's a challenge to everybody who is watching. You can beat that this year during this year campaign run. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
I will be playing Nals Darkly, also known as Nalik, who is a human bard. And tonight's going to be interesting, so.
Is going to be good stuff. Thank you, Toya. Yes, and I'm going to talk more about that donation amount, which is really the critical thing. I mean, who gets the most money? That's all that really matters. No, I will be talking about that momentarily. Moving right down the line, Kat unfortunately is not able to join us. We knew this in advance. Kat is down in Georgia and is not able to join us for this, although Kat sends their regards and their apologies. And the Rambo Academy for Wayward Writers, which is Kat's school, is sponsoring this and does have several classes that will be given away as part of this. So
wait, I'm sorry. Drew is talking foolishness in the chat.
My D&D is going to get them highest. No, listen, I heard these rumors.
What is this buffoonery? Yeah. What is this going on in the chat?
No, I'm telling you, I heard this from other people. Like, I mean, Rob started this a couple years ago where they said, look, Infinity and Beyond is the Squad A team. And I'm like, really? And so that's when it got on. And I will point out this session, this very crew, this Friday night intro has on several occasions been the top donator, has been the top grossing, and
event. Now Echo thinks they're big stuff.
Talisman will get the high. Right. See, listen, I'm just the referee. I don't know. Anyway, Kat.
Somebody call Carlos.
I know. Yeah. Well, right, exactly. Bring Carlos and that's what Hilnis just said. Hilnis and Carlos have this, like, it's Hilnis, Carlos, and Dragonspear often have this back and forth battle where they're just like, no, I am the top donor. Anyway. Yeah. So anyway, Kat, thank you to Kat
Don't make me bring out my dog.
Thank you to that. Wow, that's an unfair, Kat, of course, is down in Georgia, as I said, but Kat will be back with us for more of these shenanigans next month. In the meantime, sends their best, and Kat's character Fob will be Jaegered. I think Johnny said he was doing it, or am I wrong about that? Was it somebody else? In which case, that's fine. I don't remember. Whoever is doing it is good.
It's on D&D Beyond, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've already got it open too.
Oh, okay. So whoever wants to do it is fine. Cool. So, and then last but certainly not least, Zac Clay. Now, remember, everybody, an identical looking and named person will be doing a show right after this. Zac Clay, of course, will be but totally different, unrelated. No, Zac will be with us doing a concert after this. So Zac will be on quite a bit, and then Zac will be back on Monday for that Dune premiere. Zac and I also doing Gen GMs. Thank you, by the way, to everyone who has been checking out our shorts. Lots of numbers, lots of increased numbers as of late, increased subscribers and so on our Gen GM show. Just released a long form video today, so thank you for that. But here, Zac, you are here for the role play reasons. So thank you. How are you feeling about ArvCon, which you've done, I know, for a number of years now? And who are you playing in our event this evening?
I'm very excited. ArvCon, it's amazing. I've always enjoyed this. It's also, of course, for a great cause. It's personal to me, and
Yes.
I'm excited for tonight. I don't know about the other shows that are happening this weekend, but we're at a pretty climactic moment here in our campaign for episode 27, and then we have all sorts of announcements, new things. So I'm really, really excited. So yeah, thanks again, Greg, for putting this together. And mention, I had to say, mention of Carlos made, for some reason, this memory come up in my head of every once in a while we're able to perform and do live D&D at the Klein Theater in Connecticut because of Arv. So I've flown out from California all the way to Connecticut to play D&D on a stage out there, 5-10 minutes away from Greg's house. And this fond memory came back of just this past time at the Klein when we all went out to get pizza afterwards with all of us and Carlos and Claire. And so it was really great. So yes, Carlos is an awesome person. Check into their stuff as well. But for ArvCon tonight, I am challenging you, chat, to, yes, make this the singular show, the one that will rule them all. One show to rule them all. Tonight I will be playing Dr. Kilden Zoraxis, a Dendus Cybermancer, and I'm hopefully not going to die. We'll see.
I am very excited to see all of that. Although, if you did, it would be dramatic if you're like, but
It
you
would.
must donate to Damon Runyon. As expressed. Very excited for this. Let's fire up the music and let's talk about what happened in our last session. And as I do so, chat, remember, please do donate, do spread the word, and let's get a bunch of people in here. Remember, we will have giveaways at the $100. I think it's every $100-ish or so. So we're at $20 already. Let's make that number go up as fast as we can. Yes. I'm sorry. Quite right. Thank you, Echo. Thank you for the reminder. Yes, I do have a quick introduction, though, from Echo. Let me pull it over here so I can see it. This was an introduction, which Echo used to do quite frequently here. And it is this. Okay, so it seems only yes. For a solemn decade, an individual who needs no introduction dedicated himself to use his mastered crafts of speech and writing towards one of many common goals. Who's that guy? I don't need... The fight against a near-invisible feature of monstrosity that has taken many lives, cancer. And today marks the beginning of the 10th annual. Arv and Elrond, with the true arsenal of fellowship, companions, and family, kick off ArvCon 2024. No words nor expressions can describe how the loss of a loved one is to this foe known as cancer. We think often of those we have lost. Never forgotten, we carry their legacies onwards in stories and actions in our everyday life, as so we shall during this Memorial Day weekend. All proceeds will go to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. There will be many giveaways. A soothing and yet a loud howling of a concert featuring 3 grand musicians, interviews with a few from the foundation itself, and adventures with many grand adventurers. Some who may be at the final trek of their adventures, and some who will be tossed into a world of adventure for the first time. Tune in as we venture forth. J.R.R. Tolkien wrote, "Faithless is he that says farewell when the road darkens. Like the beacons of Gondor that shine bright, so does our will to fight, to hope, to bear faith, to tell the stories on. It is our memorial." And as we commence the 10th convention on an expedition from the mysterious peaks, I will end this speech with a quote one may think forgotten, but nay, quote, "What we have done for ourselves alone dies with us. What we have done for others and the world remains and is immortal." Thank you, Echo. Very well said. It's been a little while since we've had a chance to read those, so thank you, Echo. Every $200. Okay, got it. Sorry. So $200, we're 10% there already. Let's get the number out there and let's get those giveaways rolling. All right. In our last session, the crew of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks entered the wine garden, the Dew Dreams wine garden, with a specific mission. And that mission was to find out why the people of Celis have been disappearing. There were many reasons and sort of theories as to what possibly could have happened to them, but the party has managed to track down the likely reality of what happened to a person known as Ustrika, who was one of the heads of the Spirit Callers, those Twilight Elves who were able to reach out to the realm beyond and to, as they say, pierce the veil. All that is known is the fact that a lot of the hopefuls, the people who have disappeared, were in fact themselves Spirit Caller hopefuls, including Mavra Whisperwind's best friend, including numerous other people in the city. And until the crew figures out why all these people are randomly disappearing, they're not going to be able to get the help of this Primarch or any of the people down here to help with the big problems that are going on up top. So the party's got some work to do, basically. And so the party has decided to do this in the following way. They have come to this place and, having spoken with the owner of the Dew Dreams Wine Garden and Mavra, decided that Titus and Zac, yeah. Zach, who's that? Titus and Dr. Jaraxxus will take up HQ, I guess you could say, in a wine cellar nearby, and we'll be able to monitor both video and audio in various ways of what's happening up top in the actual ceremony. Meanwhile, Fob is acting as an attendant for Mavra and is wearing, I believe, a tiara, which allows Titus and Dr. Jaraxxus to view the video and audio of this thing, while Nulls is playing the character of a hopeful, of a Spirit Caller hopeful, whose, wait a second, don't tell me because I have it in my notes, whose name is Merna, that's Null's secret name, who is trying to be brought into the fold here. And Ustrika has just appeared, has just arrived at the ceremony. And one other note to happen is that in each of these cases, there was a special kind of wine brought by Ustrika to give to the various Spirit Caller hopefuls. Except this time, that wine, that particular shipment of wine, has been diverted and has been replaced with other kinds of wine. We will see whether that makes a difference or not. But in any case, that is another thing that the party has done as a part of this. And so Fob, under the secret name of Reginald, is watching, while Nulls, under the secret name of Myrna, is looking to see what it is that Ustrika is likely to do. And just before we ended our last session, an elf friend of Mavra, whose name was Vicine, came up and spoke with them about, with Nulls and the rest, about what they were doing and what Mavra was doing there and so on, and apparently had gone to school with Mavra. But when Vicine left, Mavra whispered to Nulls and Fob that Vicine was now part of this Primarch down here in Celis's elite security, which led to Nulls to speculate, is there something that they know that's going down or something else that we need to consider? And so Ustrika, having arrived and greeted everyone, has just said that she is going to speak to everyone and is going to begin by speaking to our friend Nulls about Null's desire and experience to be part of the Spirit Callers. And so that's where we're going to begin our session today, as Ustrika comes over to speak to Nulls, Nulls directly. I do want to quickly ask if Titus or Jaraxxus, I know you're just monitoring, is there any, like, I don't know, are you hovering? Now you have to be careful about where you hover all of your various, like, technology and so on, but like, are you doing anything other than monitoring at the moment, or setting things up in a particular way, or anything like that?
I don't remember where we were. Do you, Zach?
I think we're in the wine cellar,
where you fought the big fungi, the horrible fungus horror thing.
As far as I know, the only we don't have any technology hovering. I think the only way that we are able to perceive anything outside of the wine cellar is through the tiara, which has a recording unit and a sim unit that's connected via local access LAN network to the one I have in the cellar. So there shouldn't be any technology that people would see unless they come down to the wine cellar. And I think Gamork is with us. And yeah.
With the two of you, yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, no, otherwise I think if it's on Bob's head, then we are I imagine we have two-way communicators, I think one for each of us, so we'd probably be like maybe sending messages to Fob on occasion or something. But
okay.
Yeah. I'm just monitoring.
Okay.
So,
oh yeah, go ahead, Titus.
I think Titus would be the only thing that Titus would be doing in addition is to keeping an eye on the out the door to the wine cellar. I imagine that there's not a fair amount of traffic going on right now back and forth between the wine cellar and upstairs. That'll probably come, but like he's going to monitor just the activity in that sort of like that hallway or whatever, just to know when we need to actually hide, for lack of a better description.
Gotcha. Okay. That is fine. Sorry, just making sure. Okay. Yeah, that sounds fine. So that leads us to Knowles. So Knowles, you were there, Fob watching, as the attendant, as Ustrika comes up to you. Now, I do have, let me see if I go up here, pull us up on the map for a minute, because I happen to have a picture of Ustrika, who's right there. Again, Ustrika is this sort of slender twilight elf with long hair and wearing a dark gray and silver robe. And Ustrika comes over and so far has been quite courteous, but has definitely been sort of, well, cool isn't quite the right word, but is very formal, let's put it that way. And has talked about how honored she is to be with all of the Spirit Caller hopefuls today. And she's walked over in your direction to begin with. As she comes over, you can see, Knowles, that she is... she has this kind of expression of... There's a smile on her face, but it doesn't reach all the way to the eyes type of thing. You know what I mean? It feels very much like a for public consumption kind of smile. And as she comes up to you, she bows slightly, and she says, and I mentioned that when she speaks, she has this very slight echo almost, it seems, to her voice. And she says, "So, I see that you have come, and that you are here with Mavra herself." And her eyes kind of flicker over to Mavra. Make an insight check for me, please, Knowles. Okay, we're looking at a 16. So she, you notice that when she kind of glances at Mavra, there is a moment where the sort of, the smile kind of wavers a bit, and you almost feel like her gaze lingers on Mavra a little bit longer than might otherwise be the case, as if she's trying to read her. But then a minute later, a second later, it's back, and back to you, and she says, "So, you have come with Mavra, one of our highly respected Spirit Callers. Do I take it then that you have been sponsored by her and you wish to join our company?"
I've got a really quick question about her gaze at Mavra.
Sure. Yeah.
Is there a hint of nervousness in that?
I would say there is a hint of unease.
A hint of unease. Okay, and so before Knowles responds to Ustrika,
yeah,
she's in her mind, she reaches out to the elders and she says, "I may not be of your blood or your making, but I stand with you in defense of your children." And so she says to Ustrika, she says, "Yes, and I'm so honored that Mavra would ask me to be here with you today."
And Mavra, who I've also put up on the stream for everybody, by the way. Actually, and let me have you make one also additional insight. This is when you look over at Mavra a bit, like when you're saying like, "Oh, I'm so..." I'm want to see what you notice about Mavra.
You said another insight?
Yes, please. Ooh, even better. 17. When Ostrika says that thing about, Mavra, so after you said the thing about like, yes, I'm honored that Mavra does this, and Ostrika glances at Mavra again. When you look over at Mavra to say like, oh, I'm so grateful she did this, Mavra, you can tell from her facial expression, looks angry. Not at you, but she does not look happy. Now she hasn't done anything yet, but she's just sort of staring is too strong, but she has a very strong and fixed gaze upon Ostrika. Let's put it that way.
And so Nulls will very gently, as if she is in deference to Mavra, put her hand on the back of Mavra's elbow to kind of calm her down, and then just kind of bow to her.
And Mavra kind of like, you almost see Mavra slightly almost flinch at the touch, and then kind of looks, and then, yes, it was an honor to be able to put Myrna here up for possible inclusion in our order. It was my belief that she would bring a kind of authenticity and openness which the Spirit Callers definitely need. And she kind of looks directly at Ostrika when she says that. And Ostrika sort of nods slowly and says, yes, such openness would be valuable. You get the impression, Knowles, you are currently watching two people that you're just like, bzz, 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 you're just like, whoa. But anyway, Mavra, though, does seem to stand down, is not quite accurate, but does not say anything more. And Ostrika says, well, then the question, of course, comes, why have you decided to reach for this particular honor? You do know that being a spirit caller is a deep commitment. It is one that both stresses the body and the mind, and it's not for everyone to attempt. Why have you decided to make this effort?
I've always felt a deep connection to the elders. I want to join with them, to hear from them, to be able to communicate with them, and to share what I hear.
And she nods slowly, and then she says, out of curiosity, whom would you share these messages with?
Well, it depends on what those messages are, because all wisdom cannot be shared freely.
And she says, that is true. I sometimes wonder if that wisdom has been shared already with too many. It is one thing for the Twilight Elves to wish to pierce the veil, but just as one would not wish for a ceremony to be disrupted by the playing of children, so too does none not wish to have the sacred communication with those that have made us whom we are to be disrupted by other factors. And Mavra says, other factors, such as those who we might have some difficulty controlling, you mean? And there's just a pause, and then Ostrika says, not precisely. And there's another moment, and then Ostrika says, very well, so you've made that decision. I applaud you for it. What happens, though, Mera, when you find yourself being pushed beyond your limit? Do you think you will have the fortitude and strength to be able to see this through, no matter what it might cost you?
I would not be here if I didn't believe I could do it.
I see. Belief, of course, is not the same as that which the belief foreshadows, but I think belief is important begin with. And so I am pleased that you have decided to be with us. How did you come to know of the spirit callers, since you are yourself, it is clear? Before I go on, did you disguise yourself, Knowles, as a Twilight Elf?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. How did you come to know of this? Because I don't believe I'm familiar with your face from before.
Oh, Mavra has told me. We've connected over our shared respect for the elders.
And she kind of nods and says, Mavra certainly does have that connection. I cannot think of one who would be more aware of it. And Mavra says, yes, in any case, I can recommend Myrna here highly, and I promise you she will not let you down. I am certain of it, Strika says. My last inquiry. Do you think that there are limits to the friendships you form outside of the Spirit Callers? If the Spirit Callers asked you to do something which might, for example, put a rift between you and a dear friend, would you be willing to do so simply based on our suggestions?
Did you repeat that?
Yeah. So she basically says, like, would you be willing to do something to a friend if they told you to? Like a friend outside of the Order of Spirit Callers.
I would do anything to protect my relationship to the elders and to their love of all the Twilight Elves.
And will you accept our interpretation of the elders' wishes?
I will accept your interpretation of the elders' wishes, and I will share whatever the elders share with me.
I would love a performance check from you about this, Niles.
Oh boy.
Okay. So, Strika sort of nods slowly and says, very well, Myrna. I am pleased that you have come to us. I will speak to the other hopefuls, and then I will return so we may begin our ceremony. Until then, may you hear and feel the presence of the elders. And she kind of bows and does this sort of, like kind of bows respectfully, although her eyes, as she's doing so, look up at both you and Mavra. And she kind of, like, looks at you.
And Nulls bows respectfully and thinks, oh, sister, I am counting on that.
And then she turns and heads away to speak to one of the others. And meanwhile, Mavra, once she's out of earshot, Mavra says, you handled that well, but I don't understand what Astrika is getting at. It's obvious that she's doing something, planning something. She's up to something right here. You can feel it, even in her words.
What does she mean by your connection to the elders?
You're asking Mavra. So Mavra says, the Whisper Winds have always had some access to the elders because of our closeness to the Primarch that some other Twilight Elders, even Spirit Callers, have not. Ustrika has not previously suggested this was a problem, but it is true that she is not one of the elite noble houses. She rose to her position because of her empathetic and deep connection, her intuitive connection to the spirit world. But because she is not one of the Twilight Elves who is closest to the Primarch, it means she does not have the same ability to speak to the elders, or at least what we believe to be the elders, as we do. So I have a more close relationship, she would probably say. But as I say, she's never made anything of this before.
Well, she certainly got all bothered when she saw you in here. That's for sure.
And Mavra nods.
I'm concerned that she might have plans for you. I mean, she all but threatened you to your face.
And she says, I know. I am concerned too. And I am... And she kind of... You can see that she's kind of grits her teeth a little bit. And I am growing tired of these delays with her. If she does have my friend, if she has done this to the Twilight Elves, she must be called out for it, instead of couching it in mystery and ritual. And she kind of shakes her head. This is not why I signed up to be a spirit caller.
Do you believe the elders will come to your aid?
Perhaps. I also believe that the elders have asked us sometimes to engage in our own activities. Some of my brethren seem to think the way to get the will of the elders is to wait for them. I think the help we ask for the elders comes from us. It is our obligation to act. But not everyone, including my mother, has always agreed. And of course, you remember Nall's the whole business about the fact that her mother was kind of mad that she, went off and disappeared and all that stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
And how do you know whether to charge or be still?
Instinct, intuition, and hope. But when hope runs low, she kind of just shakes her head. While this is happening, by the way, Ostrika has moved on to another couple of the hopefuls and has spoken to them, pleasantly and kind of nodded. And you can see now that there are servants from the Dewdreams Wine Garden starting to walk around with these small, goblet is too strong, but glasses basically of this wine. And if all goes well, it was the right kind of wine this time, as opposed to the other fake wine.
I have a line of inquiry as Fob. So
okay.
I'm looking at Fob's sheet because I was thinking, what kind of rogue did Kat choose for Fob?
Okay.
And Fob is the inquisitive rogue, which is all about investigation and insight and all that. And so my thought is, and the mention of these guards as well, I would love if Fob could look at this congregation and determine, if something were to come to blows and people were to fight or something were to happen, especially Fob being right there as Myrna's attendant, hearing Ostrika say, will you accept our interpretation? Will you do something that could potentially undermine your friends, right? So I think Fob is going to look around the room and try to spot if there are any other senior spirit callers that are almost like Ostrika's clique that has come to support her, or is Ostrika the only senior spirit caller and every other spirit caller representative here is a hopeful? And then my other question is, what is Ostrika, or if there are other senior spirit callers or even just the spirit callers in general, what is their disposition in relation to the Primarch guards and security that are here? So do the spirit callers sort of welcome and look at the Primarch security like Vicine, like, oh, hey, welcome in, thanks for the extra security? Or is there some level of animosity? And so those are my questions of is Ostrika accompanied by any senior people of her rank or lower? And then what's the relationship between them and the security?
Okay. So there is one other person who you think is a spirit caller, sort of senior spirit caller, who is with another one of the hopefuls. And when you ask Mavra, Mavra identifies that person as someone you've heard the name of before, a person named Shannon, who was at the Spirit Sanctum, or was supposed to be at the Spirit Sanctum, and is here with another one of the Spirit Hopefuls. Again, a sort of slim, older-looking, not ancient, it's an elf, but, older-looking Twilight elf, who is with, and is just sort of there kind of looking around gravely at the people around him. That's the only other real sort of senior figure that you see. And other than that, there are about, I believe I mentioned, like 7 other hopefuls, and then there's a bunch of servants running around and stuff like that. But as far as people that are obviously hopefuls, that's what you see. Yeah, and then as far as the connection with the guards, you don't sense, Fob does not sense that Ustrika is stopping, or that any of them are upset that these other guards are here. But there is definitely an awareness of the people around. There's definitely awareness of the people around them, guards or otherwise. Just you can see Ustrika kind of looking around and speaking to the hopefuls, but definitely kind of not head on a swivel, but is definitely sort of looking around to kind of, look at different people within the garden. So do we get the impression that that these guards are here not at the behest of Ustrika then? You don't know, but it doesn't look to you like you don't know. I mean, she hasn't acknowledged. Yeah, no, exactly. You don't think she has not acknowledged them as sort of well done, good job, keep on working, glad you're here. It doesn't seem to take much particular notice of them at all. So you're not sure what exactly caused it. I mean, I will say that the head of Dew Dreams, who give me one second here, Glimmerleaf. Glimmerleaf, the head of Dew Dreams, has all of these servants, and Glimmerleaf may or may not have added security, but that would be the thing that you would, you could ask that maybe. Glimmerleaf hadn't mentioned it before, but you could mention it theoretically. You don't get the impression that a random guard could just be here without Dew Dreams at least knowing about it. Yeah. Okay. Jaraxxus will say then, through the communicator, just so that that Nalik and Fog could hear, if that's Shannon, then I think it is important that you maybe speak with them. Only because the constable noted them as someone that he trusted within the Spirit Callers. Maybe Shannon could be an ally against whatever's going on here.
Knowles leans into Mavra and says, "Is it possible to get a word with Shannon? The constable said that he might be trusted."
And she nods. She says, "Possibly, but if this matters to you, Ustrika might notice that we were speaking directly to Shannon. Again, not that I have a problem with that myself, but it is perhaps something to consider."
Well, how do we attract his attention?
And she shrugs and says, "As to that, I don't know. We could have someone, perhaps," she kind of looks over at Fob. "Could you secretly make your way over?" She says with a shrug.
Fob shrugs and starts to secretly find their way over.
Okay.
And
yeah, go ahead.
Null says to Mavra, "I don't understand everything about your elders, but you are connected to them. Every Twilight Elf to your elders?"
"Yes, that is what we believe, but the truth is that for many Twilight Elves it comes in strange, misting ways, dreams or nightmares or visions. the ones who have actually spoken to the elders themselves, heard voices and so on, are vanishingly few. This is one reason why the spirit callers are so revered. They are believed to be a conduit of communication with those that we care about the most.
Well, is it possible that the elders could connect you to Shannon?
The problem is that if I do that... Sorry. That's it's possible if that happens, I'm going to get blown away. That is a $50 donation to Damon Runyon.
I was like, what happened?
Because,
you like short circuited.
Well, because it was like it's like ta-da! I'm like, Jesus, I gotta lower that notification a bit.
No, leave it.
I don't want to be. I mean. Then the rest of the day, everyone's gonna be like, "Let's play Scare Arv."
Yeah.
The original one, I actually was listening to this, and like, there's an orchestra hit with a higher trumpet, so it's like, "Ba-ba!" Like it's just like, and I was like, no, if I do that, I'm going to have multiple heart attacks.
That's funny.
Thank you so much, donor, for that. I appreciate that. And let me adjust that slightly. Good times, good times. Yeah, does the Wally
I literally thought like your Wi-Fi dropped out for a second and then it like came back. And you know how like video will speed up in a weird way sometimes?
Right,
it's,
exactly.
Like, catching back up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. If you heard it on stream though, right, chat, you can back me up on this. All of a sudden I was like dramatic secret. Ta-da! Like, I was like, okay. So anyway, sorry about that. But yes, thank you, donors. That's 70. We're 130 away, chat. 130 away from the $200 giveaway limit. Let's go. We can make this. We can make this happen. Let's go. Let's give a real big opening to this. So you want to freak me out more? Give often, give generously. Okay. Okay. So where was I before I was short-circuited, as you said?
So Nals was asking if the elders could connect Mavra and Shannon.
Yes, okay. She says the problem with that is that you might have noticed when she came in that Ustrika's presence seems to itself connect with the world around her. And you might remember that I mentioned last time, Knowles, that like you had that little slight shimmering as if you felt a slight connection to the elders, but like when Ustrika arrived and kind of raised her hands, like it was light show time, like, you know, the elders were, or whatever, the you know, was the world, the caves, etc., were really reacting to you, or sorry, excuse me, reacting to her. So, and Mavra says, God damn it. Thank you, Prince Justin. Thank you so much, Prince Justin, for the $10 donation, as we were up to $80 now.
I literally thought it happened again.
No, it's the same thing.
Your Wi-Fi dropped out.
Oh, no. My Wi-Fi's totally fine. Totally fine. Thank you, Prince Justin, so much.
That's funny.
Okay. So many thanks to Shadowed, by the way, who's handled the Arcanist bot and all those commands too. So thank you. I'm literally going to go over though and turn this down, or it really is going to bother me intensely. I mean, it's both. It's one of those things where it's like it happens, but I'm also like, that's also awesome. Okay, let's just drop that just a bit. All right, save changes. Let me refresh the overlay. Okay, refresh cache of current page. Lovely. All right, there we go. That's funny. Okay. Thank you so much, Prince Justin. So, yeah, so, okay, now that I've turned it down, this won't happen to me again. I won't short circuit a second time. Remind me again what we were just talking about. What was this?
So, Ustrika has that power that caused everything to kind of shimmer.
That's right. That's right. So it appeared to you.
And it was very similar to what Nals experienced in that. It wasn't a cave, but I forgot what it was called.
In the
but
caverns,
it wasn't
yes.
as intense. Yeah, in
Correct.
the caverns, yeah.
That's right. But it was not as intense. For you, it was, for Nals, it was not as intense.
Yeah.
But Ustrika was definitely stronger. So Mavra says, and so while I could make the attempt to do so, my concern is that I might set off, if you will, the warnings in Ustrika if she notices it happening. So I'm not sure that, and also, it's even when the elders speak, it's not direct in this way. It's not one-to-one. It's not a conversation. It's more of a feeling, connection with feelings. It's more subtle, I think.
Yeah, Jaraxxus says through the communicator, why not just go over there? I mean, maybe you're new at this. Maybe you seek wisdom from multiple leaders. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Ustrika is about halfway, by the way, through the other spirit hopefuls by now.
And where is Vicine during all of this?
Vicine is over in one side of the clearing, you may remember where this was all set up, and is over one side talking to one of the other attendees. It might be, now that it's mostly just for the spirit callers like Shannon and Mavra, Shannon and Ustrika, and the hopefuls themselves and the servants. And then, but there are a couple of others like, Vicine there. Vicine is speaking to one person right now. You can't quite tell, Knowles, but you think that you might have seen this person around yesterday, and that makes this person probably a security figure, like one of the Do Dreams guards, that Vicine is speaking to as we speak, right at the moment. And so Mavra sort of looks over at you, Knowles, and says, "It's up to you. I can go to him if you wish, or hope he comes to us."
Oh, let's see how Fob makes out first.
Okay. And now I want to ask Fob. Fob, are you trying to do this openly, or are you sort of like stealthing your way? Are you that meme kid during the BBC interview who comes in like this, the toddler? Are you like that? Or how is Fob going over?
Do any other people here have actually, I forget, is Fob disguised as or acting as Marina's personal attendant, or is Fob disguised acting like a Do Dream Gardens server?
This was supposed to be Mavra's attendant. That was the way that Mavra introduced her. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Does anyone else here have an attendant?
You see one or two that might be in that sort of category, that are standing next to a couple of the spirit hopefuls. Remember, the spirit hopefuls are drawn from all levels of society, from rich, poor, everyone around. And so you think there might be an attendant or two. Could also maybe be a family member, though. You know that there's not like, it's not like a graduation in our world where you get 15 people per person or whatever that's coming to see things. But there are a couple of family members that in certain circumstances can be allowed to attend.
And the Do Dream Garden servers are distributing the wine right now.
That is right.
Okay.
As we speak. In fact, they're almost done with it.
Maybe, because I'm not sure if Marina has gotten her share yet, maybe Bob is being proactive to go get a serving of wine for Marina, and that puts them nearby. Like they're going to go find a Do Dream Garden person to take something from their platter.
Okay.
Near Shannon, and I think what Fob's plan is going to be, because they're not going to linger and talk because people are going to overhear, is maybe before Fob goes, maybe a note could be written that has the input of Mavra and Nalik of what to say, and then pass that note to him. So I don't know what it would be or how explicit we want to be.
Right, and also how is this note being because you're just walking over there. Fob's walking over there like frantically. Like how is Fob writing this note in a way that's not
I think
evident?
Would it be possible for Fob to write the note while Fob is still by Mavra and Myrna?
Would it be possible I
Or are we
suppose,
saying that
sure.
Fob has already left?
I mean, I don't know. That's up to you. You can have it be that Fob will leave shortly thereafter.
Yeah, I think we'll do that.
What do you want the note to say?
Fob looks at Malik, and I won't speak for Fob, but Jaraxxus, I guess, will look at Titus, and then Jaraxxus will say through the communicator, I also, we don't know exactly who to trust. I have a sneaking suspicion, even though the constable trusted Shannon, what if Shannon's also in on this treachery? So we can't be too overt. Maybe just a message to get Shannon to come over to you. I don't know. And Jaraxxus looks at Titus to see what Titus thinks.
Mm-hmm.
Titus just shakes his head in response and keeps monitoring the hallway.
All right. Okay. Fob is going to write a note that says, Mavra would like to speak with you. And Fob will go to a server who is near Shannon and is overtly getting wine from that server, but is then just going to try to sleight of hand the note, like almost like you're trying not to disturb someone's meeting, so you just kind of like go up to them and just kind of hand them a note and then walk away, sort of thing. And that's what Fob will try.
Okay, I would like a sleight of hand check then.
Okay. All right, let me see. I'm just gonna make sure that Fob doesn't have any special bonus to this. Okay. Okay, all right, let's do it. And then let me just make sure that I'm linked up to Roll20. Okay. Okay, 11, not the worst.
Okay. What area was Fob doing this from? Was it like behind, like trying to slip into the back pocket of Shannon, although he's wearing a robe, but you know what I mean, the equivalent, or sort of like whoops as you go by onto the?
I think Fob is, at least the way that I would go for it is, Fob is somewhat behind Shannon, I'd like to imagine, when they get the wine. And then Fob is not trying to, I imagine it would be hard to hide a note on someone where they don't even know where they got it from. I think more what Fob is doing is not being like grandiose about it, but is very clearly going to like tap Shannon on the shoulder, disturb him or them for a moment to hand this note, and then just walk away. And again, from it coming from behind, it more being an incidental thing of like, I'm over here to grab this wine, but also I was told to give this to you, but not even saying anything, just like, I'd probably, Shannon would see that see Fob's arm holding the note before they'd even see Fob appear. So
just
that's my
randomly
idea.
like shows up.
Yeah, just an arm.
Okay. All right. So when the note appears, hey Takanjia, happy ArvCon. Thank you. Good to see you, Takanjia. Yes, we are. We're almost $80 in. The donations are on the way, so we are launched and started, which is very exciting. It's good to see you as always, Teak. I hope all's well. Okay, so when Fob drops, like does this thing with the note, and then turns, because that's basically just leaving the note and then turning, right, and departing.
Yeah.
You hear Shannon say very quietly, whatever you have to say, you can say to me directly, except you hear it from over your shoulder right next to your ear. Also, okay. You don't think Shannon moved his mouth.
Got it. I think,
And
Fob is
that was
gonna keep-
as you were turning, so you
Yeah.
can decide, like, you know.
I think Fob's going to keep walking, because if Fob stops and turns around, that might create a scene. So
Okay.
Fob's just going to keep walking.
Okay. So let's get that up there. Sorry, just
Hey, Zach,
Mm-hmm.
how does your telepathic ability work for your
So,
Producer, I think is it?
yeah, I'll look at it right now. It says, yeah. So unfortunately, the range on it is only 10 feet, and it works like the message spell in D&D, or the mental missive talent in Esper Genesis. So yeah, it's pretty.
I was curious if you could actually hear that, but I guess
No.
okay. So you're gonna keep on walking. Do you say anything when you? No, while you're doing that, Nulls, who are you watching, if anybody?
I'm keeping note of Astrika and Vasine.
Okay. Ostrika is probably, you would guess, about sort of 75% of the way now through the others. And in fact is getting ready to head over to, looks like Shannon is, and Shannon's hopeful, whoever it is last on the list.
And Vasine is still talking to the security guard.
Vasine is still talking to the security guard, but you do notice that both Vasine and the guard are looking around the sort of clearing, with several glances at you, but not just you, Nulls. It's more like taking you in along with, you know, the rest of the group. So Draxus, Fob in this case. Fob, when you get back, what do you do when you get back to the group?
Bob gives Nalik a wine glass, and then tells the two of them that they gave this note to Shannon, and then Shannon very sternly said to say it out loud, but Bob walked away. So that's it.
After a moment, you can see Shannon kind of very clearly glances in the direction, like, of the group, and you can see that Shannon is holding the note, and is holding the note as Ostrika comes up to him.
Of course.
And so he has the note, and who is watching? So Nulls is watching Ostrika. You're going to make this check. Fob, Jaraxis, Titus, I'll assume that you're watching via Fob. Is Fob or Jaraxis, who are you watching? It's important that I know who's being looked at.
I think if to a certain degree, I imagine that our view is sort of limited. Well, actually, no. The recording unit says it records in 360, so I guess I can look in any direction I want, no matter where Fob's looking. But Bob is going to look at the surrounding area, I think, being more present there in the case that something's about to happen in the area in general.
Okay.
So is monitoring exits and entry points.
Okay. What about,
then,
yeah, go ahead.
Jaraxis is the recording unit, being his line of sight does not make this very easy, but Jaraxis is trying to keep a close eye on exactly what may transpire here between Shannon and Ostrika, and what their dispositions are toward each other.
Okay. Nulls, where are you looking? Are you looking at either? Because you were looking at Ostrika, so are you continuing to look that way as Ostrika comes over?
Yeah, but I'm not like.
No, I mean, you're not
staring.
yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, so let me have you make an insight check, please.
Okay.
15, okay. As you look over at them, as you're sort of watching, you can see just before Ostrika arrives, you can see Shannon looking in your direction, like looking in the direction of your group. And then you can see the note vanish as Ustrika arrives. Like, and not vanish, like magically disappear, but like has been put away somehow quickly. And then is speaking, and obviously you can't hear what's being said, but it seems to be just a, you know, how are you? Who's this hopeful? Kind of like the conversation that you had at the very beginning with Ustrika. That's happening with Shannon and his hopeful at the moment.
And I let Mavra know that, you know, he put that note away pretty quickly.
I wish I knew if that meant that he will come speak to us, or if we're now suspicious in his eyes.
Traxxas says, I take it as a good sign. He could have just shown it to Ustrika.
Well, in either way, he has not said anything to her, at least not yet, so that buys us some time if we need to come up with another plan.
Speaking of plans, thank you to Hillness for donating 9876, $98.76 to bring us up to 178.76. Not only does that number seem very satisfying, I also would point out that this begins the Team Chaos battle, which is often what happens. People are like, no, it needs to be an even number. No, it needs to be an odd number. This is something that happens every year. Also, can I just quickly note that Hillness, who I have met in person, is a very, very generous person and always has been. And I just wanted to say that publicly. Everyone who's able to donate, whatever the amount, is very much appreciated. But yeah, like, no joke, Hillness. Like, thank you again for doing that. Also, Hillness is now moved into the DOP donation spot. There's that too. And we're only less than $25 away from our $200 giveaway level. So thank you, Hillness. Let's keep it up. Okay. Yes. All right. So yeah. So when you sort of, you know, think about these things, you can see then. Wait a second. My cat's decided to leap in amongst my giveaway items. Don't worry, the photos are off the floor. Ganesh, you take it easy over there, all right? All right. So you can see then that she is sort of, you know, nodding and talking, as I mentioned. But then as she walks away, turns and walks away, you can see if someone wants to win both photos, do they have to give more money than the next two people combined? I don't think we've ever had that situation. I would say that if, you know, someone wants to pair up with another person to create this collusion effect, you know, I'm down with that. Listen, whatever gets more money for cancer research, I'm down with that. As she walks away, you can see Shannon looks over in your direction, and suddenly, in the heads of Knowles and of Fob, you can hear someone say, and again, not moving his mouth, you can hear, "You said you wished to speak to me. Well, I am listening." And this is very much, those of you who watch Fellowship of the Ring, one who is seeing the eye, right? Like Galadriel, who's just like staring at them but not actually speaking. That's what this feels like. No mouth movement, but clearly looking in your direction.
And Knowles, without she thinks this at him, is anyone else listening in?
And Shannon says, "Not at the moment, no. But I cannot promise that it may not happen. Thus, whatever you wish to speak to me about, you should make it quick. We have things to attend to as a part of this ceremony. What is it you wish of me?"
And I look over at Mavra.
And Mavra is sort of clearly like looking at all of you, or looking at you and then nodding. And she nods to you as if she's heard the same thing. And she says, in your mind, "I appreciate you reaching out to us, Shannon. We would not do it if it were not necessary. There are concerns that we have, and we wish to speak to you about them. But I should let the others speak. If you and I are both in communication with each other, it is likely that Ustrika will hear it too." And Shannon, again, it's a very strange thing because Shannon just sort of is like, kind of just, not staring directly at you now, but kind of just sort of almost not glassy-eyed, but kind of looking off a little bit, and yet is like carrying on this conversation in your minds, and says, I agree. Very well. Then ask your questions. Who are you, first of all? And this is in the mind of both Fob and Knowles. By the way, Jaraxxus and Titus can't hear this, so, I don't know how you want to play that out, because, so yeah.
I think as far as we're aware, we're just like nothing's happening and people are
Yeah,
just sort of
just sort of
standing
like,
and mingling, and we're like, okay.
Meanwhile, Ostrika is currently talking to a couple of the servants, and it looks like the wine is just about finished being served.
We're concerned about the disappearances of the spirit callers. And then I lean down really quickly into the tiara and just kind of fill them in on what's happening.
It's too much. Let me
Bob
sum
a
up.
little
Humperdinck is going
kiss on the forehead.
Okay.
We're in contact. We're explaining what's going on.
Okay.
Got it.
He's telepathic. You can't hear.
Okay, and so he says, it seems like you could have found another time to speak to me about that.
We've been told that you are trustworthy from the constable. We've actually been looking for you, and you just happen to be here.
I was in attendance at the Spirit Sanctum, as I often am. That is something which Mavra could have told you herself.
I know Fob is usually pretty silent in these kinds of situations.
Yeah,
so I'm just playing to type.
Yeah.
There are a couple of I'm trying to figure out which thing I want to bring up.
Yeah, because Mavra's letting you take the lead on this, Knowles, for the reasons previously mentioned.
Because there are a couple of things that I can bring up, but I also have to be very, very careful.
And mindful of time, because you don't have a lot of it, apparently.
We don't exactly trust each other, so... do you know where the spirit callers have been taken?
And he sort of pauses, or at least mentally pauses, and then says, I know only of the basics of what has happened. I know that there are several who are in some capacity have been spirit callers and taken this way. I know that the process has changed somewhat since I myself became a spirit caller. I have not been a spirit caller myself for that long. Not that much longer than Mavra, actually.
Were they taken of their own will? Did they wish this?
I don't know. The one that I knew the best was Mavra's friend and mine, Naya Lestri. And I don't know whether Naya wished to go or where they would have gone. The last time that I saw her was here, as part of the last ritual for Spirit Caller hopefuls.
We were in Naya Lestri's apartment looking for any sign of what could have happened to her, and that's partly why we're here. We do think that there is foul play afoot.
Why have you not spoken to Ostrika directly about this?
Well, she's the foot.
And there's this long pause, and then... I thought, Mavra, that you had brought people who would know things, not insane people. And Mavra sort of like says, why would they be insane? You cannot believe that Ostrika would be involved? How can you believe that? Ostrika is one of the greatest of the spirit callers. Why on earth would she be taking them away? And Mavra doesn't say anything and kind of waits for...
I think Fob would then speak up and say, well, someone is.
And Shannon kind of, is silent for a moment and then says, you think that the spirit callers themselves, someone in the spirit callers is taking them. And Mavra says, don't you? And there's silence, and then it would be considered heretical to think of it. And you can kind of tell that you're, that sounds a little crestfallen to you. I don't think you even need to check to tell that it's a little bit like, it's not like the brochure, is the reaction.
Well, and Null says all options are on the table until they're off. It would give us great pleasure to know that Astrika is not up to any foul play.
And Shannon sort of is quiet and then says, I don't know. I was, for this ritual, the one in which Naya was there, I thought it was a little odd because many of the ones who were taking the trials had shown little magical talent, and that includes Naya herself. Mavra knows that Naya was an artist, but a spiritual or magical acolyte. And he sort of pauses and then says, no, I don't think there was any particular adept quality to Naya's magic. I don't know why she was chosen, or the others, but they were.
Well, isn't that curious in and of itself?
Yes, but I do not know what it could mean.
And of the hopefuls here, do they have the same non-magical qualities that you saw in Naya?
My hopeful here has the appropriate magical qualities. For the others, I cannot say. It appears that you have some of that magical quality yourself, based on our conversation, so I suspect that you would certainly fit in. Although your patterns of thought are not those of a Twilight Elf.
Well, let's just say I've always been a little different.
And there's a pause, and then he says, the ceremony is about to begin. I don't know anything else. If what you're saying is true, Mavra, if what you are saying is true, the one that they call Myrna, then you will have to move very carefully. Standing against Ustrika will be dangerous.
So, Nalls gives a distillate to Titus and Jaraxus.
Okay.
Basically that, first of all, Shannon found it very hard to believe that Astrika could be involved, but the more we talked, he's realized, well, something's going on, and maybe she is. But also that Naya and several new acolytes didn't seem to have any magical qualities or, qualities that would make them, viable spirit callers. So it seems that he brought someone who would be, but maybe the targets are those who don't have those magical qualities. So the question is why and what are they doing with them?
I would like Fob, before the ceremony begins, to, on everything that Shannon just said and his expression of, shock that we would think that someone on the inside is up to this stuff. Bob has an ability called Ear for Deceit that makes them really good at insight checks to determine if someone's lying.
Okay.
So Bob's going to make, if they could, an insight check to see if there's any aspect here of Shannon actually does know about more about what's going on and was acting the fool.
I'll give you the insight check. I'm gonna give it to you though at disadvantage because this has happened telepathically. There's no body language to read. Especially since Fob is also trying to pretend that they're not really Fob. So there's multiple things going on at the same time.
Okay, I have a question about this though.
Sure.
Because if there's no body language, but is there actual nuance and tone?
There is nuance in tone. Yes, there's nuance in tone. That's why I'm granting the insight. But I would say that part of what is makes Fob better at it is being able to pick up on subtle body cues that are not existing here. And Fob is himself, is themselves limited by the fact that they also can't be watching from the shadows, checking. Like there's just multiple things that are limiting them in this process. So go ahead and roll that. You rolled the first one, yep.
I rolled both, so that's a 7 and a 14. But the ear for insight, or deceit rather, says that whenever you make an insight check to determine whether a creature is lying, treat a roll of 7 or lower on the die as an 8. So that's actually a 12.
Oh, okay. So your low. Okay, I was like, what? So your low roll is a 12, is what you're saying.
That's right.
Okay. Nothing from the tonal. Nothing from the tone that you got from Shannon suggested to Fob that Shannon was probably pulling a fast one. Skepticism, maybe. You got the sense definitely that Shannon was like, wait, what? You think it's this person? Right? Like there was something of that, but you didn't get the sense that Shannon is trying to conceal this information from what you can tell.
And really quick question, what do these wine vessels look like?
They're just basically glasses of wine. They are kind of not champagne flutes, but like the sort of the I don't know how to describe them because I'm not a wine drinker, but you know what I mean. Like they're like regular, not goblets, but regular glasses of wine.
So they're see-through?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Okay, and at that point, Ustrika has come to the front again and says, "Very well. Now it is time for us to begin our ritual. I would ask that all gather round. Those of you who are here to watch the Spirit Caller hopefuls, do not interfere. You are here on our indulgence and the indulgence of the elders, but what is spoken is not for you." And she raises her hand, and suddenly a lot of the place around falls silent. And you can see, Nulls, you can see that shimmering that I mentioned before. But all of you in the circle, so Fob and Nulls, you have this vague sensation of pressure, like air pressure, as if you were inside, to jump out of game for a moment, an elevator that was, rapidly moving up, you know what I mean? Like moving up in a building, or if you're, in a car that's driving quickly up a hill, the feeling of pressure in your ears sort of building a little bit. And there's a sort of silence as she looks around at everybody, and you can, as I've said, feel that pressure. And she says, "For what will be done now, let none interfere. You have come to join the Spirit Callers, to pierce the veil between our world and the world of our elders. There is no more sacred task. There is no more holy path. There is no more dangerous road than the one you will now take. When you drink from this wine, you have committed yourself to this path. To break from it once the commitment is made is both dangerous and unforgivable. Recognize your commitment. Recognize your duty." She sort of pauses and looks around. Nulls, are you giving any physical reaction to that? Like, are you sort of like, because as you look around, you can see people are sort of, their expressions are different, but they're all sort of very, listening intently, holding the glass of wine, which, by the way, has now been brought to you. I should have mentioned, because that was, so are you like, kind of like actively not looking like the others? Are you looking exactly like them? Like, how's your,
I'm trying to look like them as much as possible and also look reverent and respectful.
Okay. So she says this and then looks at each of you, and then she says, "We will put you through several spiritual experiences, ones that will prove whether you are worthy of the commitment you have made. But first, do you agree that you will remain on the path of the Spirit Caller? That you will forego the needs and desires of the physical world when they are in conflict with the spiritual one, and that you will respect the will of the elders, no matter what that will might require you to do." And she kind of looks around and waits, and the others look and then say, now I need to know from you, Knowles, what are you going to say? Because it looks like they're all going to respond as one. So you can respond, but you need to sort of, you don't have the luxury of going, oh, they said that? Yeah. And then you say this. So what are you going to say?
Can I mouth it?
You don't
Can
know.
I
You can
mouth what
try.
they're mouthing?
You can try.
So they're just simply saying
But it's going to be a
yes or no.
second late. It's going to be like you were saying I was short-circuiting. It's going to be that kung fu, like,
So
yes, indeed.
Are they just saying yes or no?
You don't know yet. She's asked them a
Oh,
yes or no
great.
question.
And the question was, will you take this path no
Yes.
matter what? Blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
Well, sure, I'll say.
Okay. I need a...
They all say affirmative.
Mhm.
Aha!
So we do in the name of the elders
Yes.
and the lords. Oh, God damn it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They don't do that. But when you say yes, they say we will. So I need you to make a, let me see.
Oh, great.
Is this deception or performance? I need performance here. Yes. Third protocol activated. Yeah. It's a callback to
God.
Eberron.
Oh no.
Oh, wait. I heard an oh no. Wait, where's my dice roller is not functional for some reason. One sec. We want to see that together. Oh, that's why, because I had the music up. My bad. Okay. Right. So performance 8. So they say they're like,
Yeah.
and you're like,
Yeah.
and so when you say that, it may be just complete coincidence. You swear you see Estrika staring at you for a second, Knowles. And then Estrika goes back and says, very well. Then each of you will call upon the elders and will reach out to them within your minds as you drink. Sorry, needed this on. As you drink from the sacred wine. Through this physical liquid, we reach out to those who live in the world beyond. And she hands it out, and so she sort of looks and nods, and everyone sort of raises their wine glasses at this point.
Okay.
So what are you doing, Knowles? Are you also
I'm
doing that?
raising the wine glass.
Okay. And they begin, they then drink. If you do the same, do you do the same?
I'm trying to fake drinking as much as possible, but I don't know if that's actually possible.
Okay.
But Knowles is not just going to do this without protection.
Okay.
And so she's not going to. She's already made an appeal to the elders. She made an appeal to the elders when Estrika came over. But the thing that's interesting is the connection the elders kind of have with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And so Nulls is going to make another appeal. And
Okay.
Nulls, in her mind, imagines she has seen this before. And it's called the Endless Dream. And so she's seen it before and she has survived the Endless Dream. But she's hoping also that Estrika can be drawn into the power of the Endless Dream. It's
Okay.
very persuasive.
Okay.
Don't know what it actually is. It could be the dreams that everyone everywhere has ever had. It gives you what you want. It gives you what you're most terrified of. And you don't know where it begins or ends, or if you can ever make it out again.
Is this a mechanical component that you're using or a narrative one? And I'm asking.
It's a narrative one.
Okay. So, which is fine. I love me some narrative, but I just wanted to know. When you begin to say all of this
in my head,
in your head, yeah.
Yeah.
And as you're saying this, I would like Fob to make a perception check for me, please.
Okie dokie.
And yeah, the music is mute because of this. Okay.
Yeah. I can't do anything about that.
All right. There is a 9 there. So Fob is like,
are we perhaps those of us that are surveilling from the distance?
Yeah, because of the 360 thing. Yes, although I guess I'd want to know if Titus and Jaraxxus are surveying through the tiara as much as possible. Certainly. Like, in other words, are they,
Well, we wouldn't be doing anything else.
Okay. So go ahead and make perception checks for me. Well, Titus, are you looking at the drones or are you looking at the tiara?
Maybe not Titus.
Titus is relying on Jaraxxus to be able to convey information, and I'm just making sure that we don't actually have a surprise coming in.
Okay, so you don't, Titus, you do not at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Right, exactly.
Okay, right. Jaraxxus, then I need you to make one.
All right, I will do so. Okay. Do a good job, little die. Hey, good job, little die.
Wow. We have got ourselves, it's a little blocked by the overlay. Sorry, chat, but that is a critical success at 22. All right. Jaraxxus, you can see, because Fob is looking over and kind of around, but you can see Mavra's hand is noticeably tightening around the wine glass. Like, or I should say, no, sorry, she's not drinking it. Let me rephrase that. Is noticeably tightening. Like, you can see her hand, which is normally, like, she's fairly, calm in demeanor, but you can see her hand is sort of tightening almost into a fist.
Okay. Jaraxxus will say to Fob, I think Mavra's having a moment. Just keep an eye on her. And Fob will... Fob is just going to look at Mavra and give Mavra a very intentional look, like, in your experience, is something about to happen? Are you okay?
Mavra is not paying attention to Fob.
Okay.
Mavra's looking at Estrika.
All right. I think... yeah, well... No, I think things play out as they are.
Has Mavra had any wine?
Mavra has not had wine. The wine was given apparently just to the hopefuls, which is why I corrected what I was saying about the tightening fist thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm also curious, what's going on with the shimmer?
The shimmer is still there. It's remained.
Okay.
It's been consistent.
Is it just along the walls, or is it like in the space?
No, on the walls.
Okay. Is it possible, because I'm a quote unquote hopeful, I'm okay, let me game this out.
Okay.
A proof of Estrika's power is that she has this shimmer. It means she's a powerful spirit caller, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
Nulls already knows that she encountered that shimmer in the caverns.
Right.
And so I'm wondering if Myrna can also have that shimmer like conjure up around her. Or even like or try to make it appear around other hopefuls to diminish Estrika's power a little bit.
But remind me, didn't Null's this reaction at the walls, as I recall, was just as you were wandering through the cavern, right? I don't recall you saying, I summon the elders and then the shimmer appeared, right?
No, but if can she effort now to try to do that is what I'm asking.
Maybe. What are you going to do that with? I understand that you're trying to like narratively reach out, and that's fine. I'm not trying to limit you mechanically, but I want to get a sense of, are you trying to do this telepathically? Are you using a dream, like a one of your College of Dreams, like sequence? Are you using like an inspiration? I'm trying to figure out what you're mechanically doing to make this happen. I love this narratively, but I'm just imagining.
Well, see, I've never done this before, so I don't know.
I know. I understand. I get it.
Because the shimmer just happened. Like Nulls wasn't trying to do anything, and it just happened.
Exactly.
So, the problem is that, if everybody's connected to the elders and Null says, "Hey, elders, shablam," or whatever, everybody might hear it.
That's the key word, shablam. And
shablam.
Yeah.
Shablam.
Shablam.
Yeah. And also, I don't know if she could wordlessly doing it, like as an emotion or a feeling or desire or a wish, and then it's not like it's not transferred telepathically.
Okay.
But because Nulls has already made the appeal to the elders, if it's just a desire or a wish, would that cause it to happen?
Okay. I am going. Oh man, there's so many ways to go with this. I'm going to have you make, I think for me, okay, because of your connection to the dream world, Nulls, I'm going to have you make a wisdom check for me. But I'm going to warn you up front that this wisdom check, you're already aware because of the shimmering, that you were in an area where there's a lot of this stuff going on already, right? Mm-hmm. That there are a lot of people that there's a lot of contacting whatever the hell this shimmer is already. So I'm not dissuading you from it. I just want you to be aware that when you do it, it may stand out or may be noticed, or it may disappear beneath the noise of everybody else doing it, or a streak of doing it. I'm just making you aware of the fact that it might make you stand out or it might not, but it's not a silent thing. Hey, Tim Coolish.
The desire is not for it. Let me explain. It's not necessarily for it just to be under Nulls or around Nulls. It's to kind of have it pop up around other hopefuls.
No, I get that, but it's the reaching out that's the thing.
Oh, okay. The reaching out. Okay.
But I'm not trying to dissuade you. You see what I mean? Like I'm
right.
This is something you're like processing at the time, because you're right. You haven't done this before. This is all operating.
Yeah, because I would say as a hopeful, it would be natural for Marina to try to reach out as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is what the whole ritual is for.
Yeah, I mean, so. I think if you're doing that, I think you can do so.
You said wisdom?
Wisdom. Yep.
On the
should be the huge numbers at the very top of your sheet.
Okay, because that was the very top, not the saving throws.
That's not saving throws. No, this is a check. There may be saving throws later, but
okay, I hit it and nothing happened. Did I hit it in the wrong place?
No. I don't see it here.
You see where you have your 6. Oh.
21.
Wow.
Is that okay?
Great.
Okay.
Does that work?
So you reach out with your mind, and you reach out to sort of like to the things around you, and the sensation that you have, Nulls, is of. It's as if you are standing in a room with people, like you are, but it is if you are now walking next to those people as well. And next to those people are a set of other images of those people, almost shadows of them, I think might be a way to describe it. And you, along with the others, can sort of see and connect, and you have this weird experience of seeing your own self standing, holding the goblet, holding the glass of wine, and Mavra standing there, and the whole bit. You can see everyone, but you are clearly now within this sort of shadowy realm, and yet you can see that for many of the others, and it seems to be shadows of all the spirit hopefuls and Shannon and Mavra and Ustrika. But you can see that with all of those like shadows there, most of the shadows seem to be walking or sort of staggering or falling towards Ustrika's shadow, which is radiating a kind of dark light.
Are the hopefuls and the spirit callers and Mavra's shadows the only ones present?
Yes. So the guards do not have shadows. The fob does not have shadows. You see Shannon, Ustrika, Mavra, the hopefuls, and you.
Okay, and we all appear as shadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see how I can ask this. So
Okay.
we're in this room.
Mm-hmm. This clearing.
Does it appear? Okay. Is the clearing still there, or am
Yes.
I seeing some kind of other dimension?
No, clearing is still there.
Okay. Is there anything else that is odd, quote unquote, odd about this beyond the shadows?
No, everything else looks about normal. I mean, well,
Okay.
one thing I will say is that the shimmer is not noticeable in the shadow form.
The shimmer isn't noticeable
Is not
in the
noticeable
shadow
in the
form.
shadow form, right?
And the only kind of radiating anything is coming from Ustrika.
Yes.
So
yeah.
So the shadows are kind of stumbling and blah 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 blah.
All but you.
Okay, so I kind of
well, let me rephrase. Not Mavra and not Shannon. But Mavra and Shannon just seem to be standing next to each other, like standing next to their physical forms and not doing anything. All of the hopefuls but you are moving towards Ustrika.
Okay, so I'm not done looking around this place yet, but I'm going to kind of mimic their shambolic movements.
They're starting to move fairly fast too, Knowles. You don't have a lot of time.
Okay. They're moving quickly.
Yes.
So, okay. Let me see if I understand because there's what's happening physically, and then there's this dimension that we're currently in.
Right.
So everybody in the room is still like standing there.
Physically, yes.
They're physically standing there. Yet there's something like their shadows, their souls, whatever, are going towards Ustrika's light.
You got it.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to kind of say this like a prayer into the tiara.
Okay.
Oh, we are being drawn to you. 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 Drawn to you. Drawn to you. Oh, great light. Drawn to you. Drawn to you.
Okay. Now, in the presence of that dead silent space, your voice, though quiet, is audible. Now, I don't want to mean like you're like, oh my God, but like it's very, we are being drawn. We're being drawn. Right. So you say that. Titus and Jaraxus, you can hear that. Fob, you can sort of see that Mavra kind of looks a little bit in the direction. And then two things sort of happen at once. Ustrika looks physically in your direction, Knowles, and the radiating light, the radiating dark light, I guess, think of the dark saber or something like that, right? Like the radiating darkness of the shadow of her shadow swings in your direction. and then reaches out what feels like a tendril of shadow, like a tentacle of shadow in your direction. But as it comes towards you, Knowles, you feel nothing. Like it touches you and you feel nothing from the shadow. And then the tentacle draws back. And Ustrika says, "We have a traitor in our midst. And we deal with traitors in one way." I want initiative rolls from everybody, please.
What?
Turn order.
This is crazy.
Okay, hold on a
Okay.
second. Chat, good time to donate if you haven't done so already. Let's get that number up there. Turn is coming up, and let me get some combat music rolling.
This is spicy. Yes. Foolish of me to start typing out to /roll d20 plus. No, Jiraxis. What are you thinking? /roll d20 minus. There you go. Good job.
Is it possible for me to say something, even though we're rolling initiative?
On your turn.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Jiraxis with the 7. Titus has got a 23. Fob has got a 19. And then, Knowles, have you rolled initiative yet?
Yeah, it's 14.
Okay. Oh, yes, I see it. Okay. Okay. Now, I have a question. I don't want to roll Gamork's initiative unless you're planning to use Gamork here, and that's a little bit up to Titus and Jiraxis. Because, Titus is, Gamork is not in on this mix, so it's like,
neither are we, arguably, until we get there. So.
That's true, but, I just want to make sure that I know,
Yeah.
like if you want Gamork to handle the home front or whatever.
We are the home front at this point.
Yeah,
I think if the act is over now, then Gamork's coming with.
All right. Really like this combat music. Okay. Okay, getting this calculated. Whoa, we got 4 raiders from Gamer Gramp. Welcome, everybody. That's what I like to see. Good turnout tonight, by the way, for Friday, which is a good sign for us for this weekend. Old fart raid. Is that literally a fart emote?
Well,
that is a Gamer Game 1 old fart. Wow, that is on point is right.
That's awesome.
Gamer Gramp, you should check out our Gen GM show where we talk about generational differences. Thank you so much for the raid, Gamer Gramp. I appreciate it. Welcome everybody from that channel. My name is Arvan. I am joined by Johnny Pittman and Toya Kristen Finley and Zac Clay, who are members of our Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks campaign, but we're actually here for a very special reason. This is our 10th annual charity event called ArvCon to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Our goal this year is $5,000. We have $178.76. We've raised over $30,000 in the last 9 years of this event. We have multiple sponsors. We're doing multiple giveaways, top donor awards, and all that kind of stuff, all the benefit of good cause. So as you've seen, if you do like what you see in here with this, with our tabletop play, that's awesome. Please do, though, consider donating and or spreading the word about this, because we're trying to reach that number and to strike a blow against this dread disease. So thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And welcome. Okay. What was I doing? I was rolling the die for the bad guys. Not that there are bad guys. I mean, how? Why would that actually happen? But thank you for the raid. What were you playing, Gamer Gramp? Grant. What were you playing?
With Game Grumps.
Game Grumps, yeah. Okay.
That was also what I first thought of.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So. All right. That's that. And that is. Okay. Oops. Okay. And let's see. You're playing a game called Rift Breaker, a sci-fi ARPG base building mashup from a couple of years ago. Very nice, very nice. Balls and strikes. What do you mean? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I not call balls and strikes about? Titus, what is your dexterity? Just the raw score? No reason, you know, just curious. I'm not. Are you muted, or you're not saying anything yet?
Sorry, my screensaver just engaged for randomly for no reason whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
Apologize about that. Give me
fine.
1 second.
No, it's fine.
My raw dexterity is 18. Sorry, yes, 18.
Wow.
Okay. I had a feeling. Okay. Great. Okay. All right. So first to act then, Titus, you'll be happy to know, is you. So at the moment now... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Let me just check hit points quickly. Titus, I've got you at 28 out of 28. Is that right? Okay. I've got Fob at 20 out of 20.
Yeah.
Okay. Nulls, I have you at 31 out of 31. Is that yes? And then Jaraxis, I had you at 21 out of 21, and I think you were sitting at 6 temp, but I don't know. Is that right? Okay. Great. Okay, so Titus, I don't know that you've heard anything yet other than Ustrika, who, trying to think if she said this in the Shadow Realm. No, she probably said this openly. So you probably heard this, I would say. At least you heard her say it in the physical world. So something to consider.
Can you repeat just the gist of what she said again?
That it appears we have traitors in our midst, and there's one way we deal with traitors.
By giving them wine. Please join us.
Exactly right. GMing for 40 years. Well, I'm in the same ballpark. I have been playing since 1985-ish, so just about the same. And I've been GMing for about 35, 36 years. So yes, Titus, that's what you would have heard.
I would make eye contact with Jaraxis and immediately exit the door and start to head up the stairs.
Yep.
Okay. All right. You are making your way as fast as possible to the clearing. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. My movement is like 25 feet because I'm 2 feet tall basically. So
yes, I assume you're double. I assume you're booking it though. It sounds like.
Well, so what's the general distance? Because as I remember it, it's down the hall and up a stairs.
That's right. So it's not that far. And then you get out and you're basically in the clearing or nearby it. So typically you're maybe 100 feet maybe from where the clearing is taking place, maybe 150. You're not that far from it.
It's not that far.
Wow.
But,
okay.
An idea would be you've ridden on Gamork before. Gamork's fast. Just an idea.
You are correct, but just jumping on Gamork's back is not necessarily the most appropriate thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to get bucked and all of a sudden I'm having to heal my own damage. So when I climb the stairs, what do I see? If it's 100 or 150 feet, that's actually really important based on one of my talents.
Okay. I would say it's about 150.
What do I see?
I would say that when you get to the top of the stairs, because you'd have to double move anyway. So to get up to the top of the stairs, the end of the hallway. So you get up there, so you're now about 100 feet from the clearing. You see a group of people that are standing around inside this clearing. You can see, though, Titus, very much what seems like a I would like a shimmering in the air in this case. It's a different shimmer, just so that Toya, that Nulls doesn't get confused. Not a light shimmer. In this case, I'm talking about looking at like a mirage in the desert or like a shimmering in the heat, you know what I mean? Where the air itself seems to shimmer a bit. You can see that so that it's slightly blurry for these group of people, including Nulls and Fob, and Mavra, standing inside the clearing, than what looks like outside the clearing. It's a little blurry, the people inside the clearing. And that's all that you see at the moment. You see no shadows or anything like that.
All right. Since I had to dash to get to that particular point, that's all I'm going to do in my turn.
Okay. Okay. Now, I mentioned that you don't see any shadows. That, however, is about to change. So, make sure I can get the right, yeah. Hang on a second, let me show you a picture. All right, this is good. I love it. And loving it. Oh wait, let me make sure I get the right. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm about to show you on stream what it is that you all see.
A teddy bear.
You see a friendly a terrifying, awful teddy bear that. Okay. Appearing within about 20 feet, still within the clearing, and next to, maybe 15, 20 feet or so away, you see this on stream that I've just put up. This literal misty shadow, two of them appear, and you can see them. And Titus, you actually do not hear any sound, but Fob and Nulls within the clearing. And actually, let me ask about that. When you leave the place, you don't have access to the TR anymore, right? Like you can't see what Fob or hear what Fob is. Okay, so right. So Jaraxxus, since you haven't left yet, you can see and hear through Fob's tiara, and Fob and Nulls can see within the clearing, can hear a this hissing sound as these creatures move swiftly towards Nulls and Fob. They move actually quite fast. And so let's see. Two of them arrive. There are two of these creatures. And they reach out towards Nulls and one towards Fob, I would say. Thinking about possibly Mavra, but I think those two. One reaches out for Nulls, and suddenly we get $14.24 to equal out the amount that we're talking about here. And that is, let me just double check. That is Shadowed Mage, who has evened us out. So we're now sitting at $11.24. Thank you so much for that, Shadowed. So we're now sitting at $190. We're $10 away from our first giveaway, chat. Let's keep it up. I would love to see us reach 200 and then blow past that if we can. Thank you so much, Shadowed Mage. That's awesome. Okay, so they reach out, and let's see. That is an 11 to hit, Nulls. I'm guessing that's not going to do it.
Where am I looking again?
At AC. Armor class?
13, correct.
Okay. That's what I thought. Let's see. The one that reaches out for Fob is a 17.
I think that exactly hits Fob.
Okay. Okay.
just opened Fob's inventory, and I just see dagger, 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 dagger.
That fits.
Literally.
Okay, 2 problems here, Fob. First of all, you are going to take 9 points of necrotic damage. That's
boy.
the first problem. The second problem is that you suddenly feel weaker. Your strength is reduced by 3.
Oh, God. Oh, Fob is super strong, though. This is impressive.
Was super strong. No, I'm just kidding.
Was super strong.
just
Yeah,
joking.
yeah.
And you can feel like Fob feels almost like as if, like the shadow that I described with Nulls, like that being pulled towards, like feels as if something is being like pulled out of you into this thing.
So you said -3
That's right.
to my strength score? Okay.
That's right. And Titus, just to note, you can see this happening, but you hear nothing. In fact, the clearing seems deadly silent. Which is something you can think about on your turn. Okay. Now let's see. So Gamork is next to go and is going to, again, assuming you're letting Gamork do this, Gamork is going to book out of the thing. Is that fair? Okay. Gamork, who moves faster than you do, Titus, is going to like just barrel past you, and is going to head towards the clearing. But as Gamork, who does have to double move to get there, Gamork is getting, well, let's see, 150. Yeah, no, okay. Even at a double move won't get there. So Gamork is like booking it, but is not going to be there this turn. Okay, that's going to lead us to Fob, who is up next. What would Fob like to do?
Okay, so...
Other than feel weak.
So we're in the clearing. She has said we are traitors and has started to attack us. These shadowy wraiths have appeared. Did those specters come from somewhere in specific, or did they just like appear?
They appeared in the clearing,
Okay.
20 feet from her, but now in the physical world. These shadows, though, I should have said this before. Nulls, in the shadow world where you were before, they look very much like the shadows of these creatures, of the people around you, the spirit color hopefuls, although these look bigger and more ragged,
Ooh.
I would say. So they look less, like the other ones look like almost mirror images of someone, but in shadow form. These things look as if maybe there was a form once, but they have decayed, and what you see now is what you're looking at.
What are the hopefuls doing right now?
Yeah, that was actually what I was going to ask.
The
anyway.
hopefuls are standing slack-jawed.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
Interesting. Okay, so Fob is going to, I think, right now the only thing we're being attacked by is these weird specters. So I think just instinctually, especially since one basically just right in front of Fob having done this attack?
One to Fob, one to Nulls, although
Yeah,
the
I
one
think-
missed Nulls.
Fob's reaction would be to you pull out their short sword and strike back.
Okay.
And let's see here. I'm just gonna check their features here. I think Fob's already looking a little low on health. Oh gosh.
First of all, hi Tilted Gaming, and secondly, you're right. Gamer Gramp, Toy, and Zach do have amazing hair. Those are both
Yeah.
accurate statements.
Oh, thank you.
Oh gosh. To sneak attack, to bite. See, Fob could bite this mist and regain some health.
That's
I
right.
think we're going to. I think that's Fob's reaction as almost like this animalist hope. Yeah.
We have just gotten a $10 donation from Tilted, which brings us to 200 in our first
Yay.
giveaway. Thank you, Tilted Gaming. That is our first giveaway of the night. So the mods are going to run a giveaway now. Thank you. And let's keep it up, folks. In fact, I will... Well, no, I'm not going to sweeten the pot yet. I will say... yes, I will. If we hit... I'm going to... Sorry, Zach. Let me pause you 1 second. If we hit $1,000... Okay, so $800 away. We hit $1,000 tonight. I'm going to give a significant boost to the party in the form of extraordinarily valuable information.
All right.
It might
You
help
heard it
them
here.
survive. All right? So
Okay.
just keep that in mind. And obviously, you would all get this information too. It's not they get something cool. You also get something cool, Chad.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. On you go.
Okay.
Apologies.
I think Fob is going to bite this creature with Hungry Jaws. As a bonus action, make a special attack with your bite. If it hits, it deals normal damage and you gain 2 temporary HP.
Okay.
I'm going to do it. Here we go. Great. That's a 21 to hit.
21. What kind of damage is this?
This is ordinary slashing.
Okay. All right. And you said if it hits, 21 will hit. If it hits, then
Okay.
what did you say happens?
It says if it hits, it deals normal damage and you gain +2 temporary HP.
Okay. All right. Let's see what the damage is.
Okay. 7.
7. Okay. You notice as you do this, and there's an incredible coldness, Fob, that passes through the teeth and jaws as you do this. It is like chewing ice, or maybe more accurately, a blizzard. If you could imagine, like, snow so thick as it comes down that you could almost be like consuming, or icicles, like an ice storm. That's sort of what it is like. And it's painful.
Can it be a Dairy Queen blizzard?
With Reese's Pieces. No, it's not a Dairy Queen blizzard.
A nice refreshing.
I had to try.
breeze.
A nice refreshing breeze. No. It is not those things. But you notice that it does not do the damage that you would expect the Hungry Jaws to do. But you do get the 2 temp.
Okay.
Although I am tempted to
great.
go, Hungry Jaws, I hear it all and I have applause. Oh, sorry.
All right. And then I think, the cavalry is coming, so Fob is going to hunker down and take the dodge action as their action. So any attack against them would have disadvantage, and Fob gets advantage on dex saves.
This is a bonus, you said?
Hungry Jaws is a bonus action.
Is a bonus action, great. And for those of you who came in, by the way, so this first giveaway is, as was noted up there, did I see something about, what was this? Okay, right. The first giveaway is for, what's the giveaway for? What are we giving away? that I don't think we've said what we're giving away, have we? What is this first giveaway for? But the word is going to be fight cancer, all one word, all capitalized. But what is it we're giving away? Okay, here we go. So it is going to be a chance to win 3 games. So the winner of this giveaway will win 3 games from Tin Man Games. Ryan North's To Be or Not To Be, that's a Nintendo Switch code. Table of Tales, The Crooked Crown, that is MetaQuest 2. And then 3 codes. I don't know what those other 3 codes are, but some codes for other games, I guess. Yeah, I want to. We'll just that's fine. We'll just confirm. But they're basically video games that you're going to do. Each of these tiers is going to have different giveaways, by the way. Some video games, some other stuff. So yes. Okay, so we'll find that out in a second. But when we do, you can type in, as I say, fight cancer, all one word, all caps, to be entered in the giveaway. Okay. Right. Okay. Sorry. So, the other Tin Man game choice is Choices That Matter, and the sun went out. Okay. So, yes. Choices That Matter, the sun went out. That's a very cool game that I've played a little bit of. Like kind of like a choose your own adventure. I think I would describe it as type of game, but there's some visual elements to it. It's neat. So Ryan North's To Be or Not To Be, I've played that. That's basically replaying Hamlet, but doing different things with it. Nintendo Switch code. You've got Table of Tales, The Crooked Crown, which is a MetaQuest 2 game, and then you've got Choices That Matter and the Sun Went Out, and I suspect that is a Steam key, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Right. Yes. So Fob is hunkered down. So that is going to bring us down to, let's see, Nalls is up next. Nalls,
Okay,
what would you like to do?
I need to make sure that I'm doing things in the right order.
Okay.
Should I roll along the tails first?
Yeah.
I believe that's right.
Generally. Yep. Because it tells you what tail you can then expend either this turn or later.
Okay, because ultimately I'm probably going to take a. I'm going to do this and then ultimately take a step back. But I'm going to. Okay, let me just roll.
Yeah, because you might get the teleport.
Yeah, where? I never know how to do. Like I've brought it up.
Yeah.
Roll table
let's
to
see.
VTT. Is that what it is?
Sure. Well, I don't know if that'll.
I have the table
do it.
drawn up. For those of you who's like, what's going on?
All you need to do, I think, is roll a d6 ultimately. So you.
But I also needed to register on the account itself that I've done it.
Right. So, how about this? If you go to your actions, and then go to bonus actions, and then if you see Bardic Inspiration there,
yes,
hit the red B for Bardic Inspiration.
Okay, dokie.
And 5. Then we'll open the table and see what 5 is. Which is just below that, actually.
And for those of you who are new to this, Nulls is a special kind of bard that has various tales that are used as part of inspiration, which can sometimes be super useful. In fact, saved somebody, Draxus, I believe, previously.
Mm-hmm.
And so is determining what tale will be told in this particular case.
Yeah.
Okay, so 5, which is Tale of the Avenger. For 1 minute, any creature that hits the target with a melee attack takes force damage equal to a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die.
Okay.
Very nice.
So that means either right now or on a future turn,
yes,
you are going to tell that tale, and it will, and you choose who you want to protect with that, and the person you're protecting is the person that if someone hits them, their attacker takes force damage. So it's like a shield, basically, to someone.
So I don't know if this is going to work, but I know that I've had a telepathic connection with Shannon. So as I'm saying this, I'm also going to be remembering what I just saw. In other words, in that dimensional space where Istrika was radiating that dark light, that dark energy, and was drawing the shadows of the Twilight Elves to them, and like the shambolic way they were racing to her like she was going to absorb their life forces. I'm remembering that and imagining it as I am saying this out loud, and I'm saying it loudly enough that Bob, Jaraxxus, Titus, Shannon, and Mavra can all hear. Question, Shannon. Is it normal for a Twilight Elf to radiate dark energy? And is it normal for that Twilight Elf to be drawing the shadows of other Twilight Elves to herself as if she was going to absorb all their life forces?
Okay. So you say all of that, and you said enough that Mavra and Shannon can hear
everybody
this, right?
can hear.
Okay.
Everybody can hear. Because Titus is now up in the he's not in he's as I understand it, he would be close enough, like within shouting distance.
Titus doesn't hear anything.
Oh, Titus doesn't hear anything. Okay,
Hears
but
silence.
Fob.
Yes, the people inside
Fob's got
the clearing.
The tiara,
yeah.
And Fob has a tiara, right?
Right. Now Titus doesn't hear it because Titus is not near the tiara, but
Jaraxxus can.
Yes, that's right, because Jaraxxus hadn't gone yet.
Okay. So, yeah, and I'm going to take a step back because that thing is in my face.
Okay, so you're going to take 5. So you say that, and you can see Mavra kind of, stare at you, and Ustrika's eyes in the physical world clearly narrow as she sort of is staring at you like, is like not happy. I should also mention, by the way, that the servants who were sort of handing around the wine, there are a few of them still in the clearing, and they have backed away, sort of terrified, as far as they can get to the edges of the clearing, although they have not left the clearing yet, which might seem a little odd, but they are. But they're not just standing there the way that the spirits color hopefuls are. Say again?
Vicine is still there?
Vicine, yes, is inside the clearing. So yes. Vicine is not sort of not terrified, but you don't know what Vicine's going to do yet.
Right.
Okay, so you've done that. You backed up. You've said.
Is the backing up an action or is that movement?
As soon as movement, because you're disengaging, I would guess, right?
So Malik, you
I
still
take
have
a bonus. Oh, well, that's right. I still have an action, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Because the
so
tails
here's
is a
my-
bonus, right? Yeah.
Determining the two.
Here's my concern, because there are a bunch of very innocent people around, and I could hit them with anything, right?
I mean, depending on what you use. What are you
let's
planning to
see.
do? Drop a fireball or something?
Okay, I've taken a step back. I still have that shadow thing, right?
Mhm.
Now that I've taken a step back, how far away is it?
About 5 feet.
Okay. I am
Goes.
going. Yes, we're
Again, that was
very, very clever, very scary. Ooh.
Hold on, let me just increase the size of this picture so we
please
get
don't.
the full.
I'm gonna be in at my nightmares tonight. Okay. So I don't know if
Do you want
Lobby here, Lobby McMisty, Lobby McMisty, can handle vicious mockery. I don't know that that would work.
I don't see any reason why it wouldn't.
Yeah, but it might have some kind of special nonsense that.
Maybe.
I could try it. I'm also thinking Thunderclap, because that's within 5 feet. And let me see. One's a Constitution save and one's a Wisdom save, but they're the same. My Constitution and Wisdom are the same.
No, it would actually be its Constitution.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
It's 13 for both.
Yeah. That it would have to roll.
Right.
Is one more destructive than the other? One is 1d4. Okay. Thunderclap is 1d6 and Vicious Mockery is 1d4.
But
So-
Vicious Mockery has, just to have everything on the table, Vicious Mockery has this other effect in the last sentence that says, if it works, the creature has disadvantage on its next attack roll. So if it tries to attack us again, it would be less likely to succeed.
So I'm going to aim at, that, so scary, misty, magical, mayhem that's in front of me. Oh no.
I'm mayhem. Okay, so it's got to save. All right, let's see.
I'd call that some pretty vicious mockery.
All right. These creatures, well known for their, resistance to taunts. Let's see. We're talking, and sorry, this was wisdom saving that we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the DC I'm going for?
13.
Does not make that.
Oh, that's too bad.
So it's going to take, let's see.
I rolled 4.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So. Okay.
And it took, what was the other effect that,
Yeah.
Feel better,
says-
Hillness. Thank you so much for the donation. Sleep well. I'll see you tomorrow and feel better.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, you got it.
It is now disadvantaged on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Great.
Okay, great. Okay, good stuff. So Strika now goes. And the Strika closes her eyes and raises her arm, and that shimmer that is in the walls, not the air now shimmering, but the literal light in the walls of the clearing increases. And suddenly, Fob and Knowles, you see two of the hopefuls turn and start walking towards you with purpose.
Great.
Looks like they will be on you next round. Okay, that's going to lead us to, and she does that. She steps back, and you can see her hands are starting to outline with some kind of vivid light. Okay, we'll talk more about what that might mean next turn.
What is Shannon doing, by the way? Because Shannon is witnessing all of this.
Yes. No, Shannon is also sort of looking in this kind of horrified way. He has taken a step back, and he is also staring because one of the two people that is starting to walk towards you is his hopeful. And so he's kind of also looking in that direction, like has this sort of, absolutely, gobsmacked look on his face.
I'm just curious to know if he thinks Astrika has any malevolent goings on.
I wonder.
If he still believes in her or not. I'm just curious.
Surely she wouldn't. Yeah, we will find out. Okay, Jaraxxus, you're up.
Jaraxxus is going to get closer.
Okay.
I will actually... I'm not going to dash, though that would be great. I am, since I kind of have a preparatory round here, I'm going to use or cast Clone Pack, which is essentially, I click a little, God, I guess all the gigs up at this point, tech everywhere. But it's similar to a mirror image. That's what it'll look like. But I'm a dentist, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I click I imagine that I sort of like click a button near my shoulder, and then 3 more Jaraxxuses appear behind me, and we all 4 of us say, "We're coming, we're coming." And then I use my 30 feet of movement to get as close as possible to the action.
So you're behind a little bit of Titus, but basically in the same way. All right, before I go to the top of the round, I want to ask the players something. So because we had a lot of the intro stuff to do at ArvCon at the beginning, we got a little bit of a late start in the session here. Technically, we only have about 5 minutes to go within the session. I would love it if we could go at least a little farther in this combat, but I don't want to. I want to be respectful of people's time. So my question is, for the players, are you willing to go another 20, 25 minutes or so? And then for Zac, are you okay starting your part of the, your concert part a little later as well? So it's up to you, no pressure, but I'm just curious.
For me, I could do it. I would probably keep the concert. I know it would be 45 to an hour, so I'd probably do more in the 45
45 range, yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Johnny, Toya, it's up to you. I want to be respectful of your time, so no pressure.
I have to have a bio break if we keep going.
Oh, that's fine. I can do that, but just or is everyone cool to stay a little longer is what I'm asking.
As long as we get a bio break, I'm not going to throw away my shot here because I need to take this.
You want this bastard down? Okay, I hear you. Okay, then
why don't
we...
I want this person to feel the pain.
I want them to feel to the pain. Okay, right. In that case, I will give them 5 minutes then when we resurface. So how about this? Can we do 5 minutes? Can we come back and then do 20 minutes? So we'll be like, 10 minutes to 11 or so is where we'll put this on pause if we have to and or stop. And then Zac will go with that, and then you can just go for like 40 minutes if that's cool. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead and make your bio break. While you're doing that, I'm going to swing us back up to here. I'm going to put our combat music temporarily on hold. I'm going to mute the folks in Zoom. And I'm going to tell you all about what we're doing right now. Because what we are doing right now is we are here, all of us, and that is way out of date now. It is now not 20, but 10 times that amount. It is actually 200. There we go. We right now are here with our annual ArvCon charity event to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, which is a very special event that we do every year. Damon Runyon is an extraordinarily important organization that supports young researchers in doing innovative work, projects that bring together scientists across various fields and disciplines towards innovative approaches in terms of modeling how cancer spreads in the body, in terms of modeling different treatments, genetic and otherwise, for cancer that have not been tried, in terms of doing a bunch of other things that are thinking outside the box but are backed by actual solid scientific principles. And they have been so successful in this effort that they have been capable of actually making enormous advancements in cancer research. Multiple Nobel Prize winners have come out of Damon Runyon Cancer Research Fellows. And it's also working with young people, which is another reason, young researchers, young scientists with doctorates, but in the earlier stages of their career. And so there's multiple reasons why it's a good thing that we support them. And I'm very glad about that, that we have the chance to actually do it. We've also had an excellent turnout tonight. So what I would like to encourage everyone to do is, if you haven't done so already, please remember that we have a giveaway going on right now. You can get one of 3 games. Actually, you can get 3 games from Tin Man Games if you end up winning this giveaway. All you have to do is type in the word. Oh, okay, no problem. Thanks, Kenley. Is type in the word. My apologies for the language, but it seems appropriate in this case. And it is, wait for it, fight cancer. Oh, it's not what I was thinking. It was a different kind of cancer. It was a different word. Fight cancer. I was thinking of a different F for cancer. Fight cancer, like that. Capital FIGHTCANCER. You can type that in to enter the drawing for 3 Tin Man games. Again, thank you to Tin Man Games for giving us these codes. And you can do that right now and be part of it. And please do donate to the cause. I'm going to give the players something very special if we can get over $1,000 today towards our goal. Our goal is $5,000. We've raised over $30,000 for Damon Runyon over the last 9 years, and this is the 10th annual ArvCon, so we're hoping for a really big effort this time around. And so please do consider supporting us. !donate will get you to the link that you can see. That link, you can go right there. You can make payments. It's an international payments are accepted. PayPal is accepted. Obviously, credit card is accepted. And then once that happens, we will get an announcement here. You can also, when you do that, you can also put in if you want it to be an anonymous donation, and then we won't see it. We'll just see the donation amount, and we'll add that to the total. But the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation is personally important to me. I lost my mother to breast cancer. I lost my oldest friend to a very rare form of bone cancer last year. I've lost 2 dogs to cancer, and I know it has touched so many people, and this is one way to, for me anyway, and I think for all of us, not to feel helpless in the face of this effort. Also, or in the face of this dread disease. And we have made significant progress. I also want to note that we have a lot of friends of the channel, people like Little Red Dot and otherwise, who are survivors of cancer. Little Red Dot is a childhood cancer survivor. And so I also want to point out that we're also doing this not just for the people we've lost, but for the people we still have as a result of the research that's been done. People who are alive now who would not be alive were it not for the research that have been done into this. We are making real progress here, but the only way it works is if we step up to the plate and do what we can to donate. There is no amount that's too small, but any amount helps, and obviously if you can afford to give more and give generously, that would be great. Also, the top donor, which is currently Hillness, oh, very nice, Kenley. That would be awesome. Yeah, it's running through Monday, so the third most award. So the third highest donation. Hey, Live Suing, good to see you. Master of the Shorts, good to see you, Live Suing. So the third highest donor is going to get a D&D prize pack that will consist of Candlekeep Mysteries, keys from the Golden Vault, and this right here. Feast your eyes on this official dice set of Dungeons & Dragons. So you will get this prize pack if you are the third highest donator. The second highest donator is going to get what can only be described as this incredible photo, which has been put onto metal, has been printed on metal, and has a stand on the back, so you can either frame it or you can put it on your desk. This is brought to us by our very own Prince Justin. It is really, really gorgeous. I got a second one because Prince Justin was kind enough to send it, and it's really spectacular. So really pretty, really cool, just thoughtful, just very, very good stuff. So you can get that, and that will be sent to you if you are the second overall donor of the event. And the first overall donor of the event is going to receive this. The first overall donor is going to receive this. This is from our very own Drew the Damager, and it is, again, a photo done on metal. It is larger. This one can be hung. It's actually set, so it will hang firmly. This one is also really, really amazing, and you can see the space behind it. I'm trying to hold it at an angle so we don't get that huge reflection of my lights and things like that. And then this graffiti-covered tower in the front. It's a really striking image. So this is coming to you from Drew the Damager. This goes to the top donator. The one that I just showed you from Prince Justin of the Lake goes to the second top donator. And the combination of the two books and the dice goes to the winner of the D&D prize pack. That goes to the third top donator. So all of those things come to you as a part of this mix, as I make sure that I move this over here so as not to cause any issues. Okay. Cool. All right. Do you happen to know how big that overlay bar is? I do not, but I will check it. It's I tried to reduce it in size so that it wouldn't affect too much. It's pretty low. I mean, like, it's pretty minor, honestly. I didn't realize that it was at that level even, but it did it a little bit for the overlay. So yeah, for the Monday overlay, that would be great. Thank you, Shadow. Okay, so I believe everyone is now back, if I'm looking correctly. So I'm going to, I've unmuted myself. I'm going to unmute them, and then I'm going to bring us over to where the...
Dude, we were
group
having a
is here.
strategy session. Why did you mess it up?
Here's a puppy, so give some money.
Oh, all right. Now money has to be given because there's a puppy.
Yes.
Yes.
There's a puppy. I mean, look,
Yes.
if you can't...
Keiko is also a recipient of donations. She is a rescue dog.
Oh, well then, yeah, obviously,
there you go.
awesomeness.
Yes.
Since we got a minute, I can't PayPal for reasons. Any way to donate directly? You can do other things besides PayPal. It accepts credit cards. It accepts, I think, even debit cards. If you can't do any of that, then I guess I could always, well, we try to do it directly. You tried that. It said the same thing. Oh, interesting. I mean, what you could do is you could send you, okay, here's what you could do. You could send me okay, well, you can't PayPal me either, can you? I mean, I guess the best thing to do then is you could probably support the Patreon. The issue is, and then what I would do is you could do me like a one-time only donation to the Patreon. I would then take that. You could Venmo. Okay. Yes. Why don't you do this? Can you do me a favor then? Can you, if you have me in Discord as a friend, you can DM me there. If not, just do it in Twitch. Send me a Twitch message at Arvan and let me know what you need for the Venmo. I think I maybe just need to send you my email address or something like that. So do that. And then I will, oh yeah, of course they could donate, but but donating to Damon Runyon directly, that's not the issue, Triffett, I don't think. I think the issue is that for some reason it's not accepting Damon Runyon, oh, I see what you mean, rather than going through Tiltify. Yeah, I mean, that also would work. Whichever is fine with me. If you want to give that a try first, Dragonspawn, that would be great. And then we'll update the amount as soon as we can. Yeah, I mean, you could certainly do that directly. And then what I would probably do is I think I could probably could add a donation, I'm guessing. But I'll figure that out. So yeah. Oh no, it's okay. We need to keep on rolling around. But yeah, so go ahead and make the donation, and then if you could do a screenshot and send that to me, that would be a good idea. And yes, definitely don't send me your address or anything like or your credit card numbers or anything. And then just send that to me. If you can send me like a link to Imager or something like that you could send me via private message, and I'll put it up there. Thank you, players. Sorry for being, thank you for being patient, but as you know, we're trying to raise money, so we're trying to deal with things in a different way. Okay, let's get this music rolling. Again, puppy, please everybody donate, do the thing as we're going along. All right. Right, we were doing music there. Okay. And no, you don't have to apologize for wanting to donate. Trust me, that's the reason for why we're here. Okay. Right, so we were at the top of the round, which leads us to Titus.
All right, I have a quick question to the group because we were we were just talking strategy right before, and I was kind of curious what the consensus was. Are we attacking the shadows? Or are we going after her directly? Just
me as a player,
I'm thinking her, but
I would attack shadows first, but I don't think it's going to matter much.
Well, the shadows are like right on top of Nulls and Fob.
Yeah.
So
because what I'm imagining at above table is that maybe there's a scenario where we kill off these shadow creatures and then it's just her. Is she going to raise her hands to fight us? That's what I'm thinking. And if we aggress her, then she, there's no implication there. So I don't know.
Well,
that's my thought, but do what you want.
There's also the issue of having her and the shadows and any hopefuls all at the same time.
Yeah.
That was my thinking, was to take out the problem.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Because if she's sending people after us, then what we're gonna now? Yeah, I'd rather attack her than attack them. So, yeah.
Right. Greg, I got a question for you.
Sure.
So, Titus is 100 feet out. Is that about correct? About
that is
100 feet
correct.
out?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Do I have line of sight on her, and do I have line of sight on the shadow creature?
I would say yes and yes. Her back is turned to you, actually. Well, and so is the shadow, theoretically.
All right. Titus is going to move 30 feet forward.
Okay.
While he's doing that, he's going to use a bonus action, and he's going to activate Assault Drone.
Okay.
Let's see if I can link this.
I am so excited for the implications of everyone being like tech revealed. Like we are here and we're ready.
Bringing tech to this cave.
Yes.
All right, so that didn't work. Anyways, so I'm gonna immediately do that and send that thing directly towards the shadow creatures.
How fast does that go?
And it's gonna travel 50. It goes another 50 feet.
Okay, where did you put it into?
Like whatever point.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Like, where did you summon it?
I'm gonna move the 30 feet forward, activate it. It's gonna be able to move on its next turn, and it's gonna, all that kinds of stuff. So it's a bonus action. I activate it. I basically press the button, and then I'm going to use Laser Blast on her.
Okay, and it does not move yet. It moves on its next turn. Just to be clear.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? No, I'm sorry. When you first activate the power, you can move the drone to any point within a range and make a melee attack. So
okay.
It's going to move 50 feet more towards them.
When it gets about,
so it's going to close the distance.
Sorry, we're getting a lag delay for you. When it moves about 30 feet away from you towards the clearing, it is moving towards it, and then, as if it were being pushed into a clear piece of plastic, goes forward, slows down, and then is pushed out. Right when it hits that shimmering in the air that I made reference to. the looking down at the ground and just seriously.
All right. So it can also make a melee attack when it does that.
Okay.
Or so when it moves and then it's going to make it to melee attack, it would like to attack the whatever it is, like this visible like miasma or shield or whatever.
Yep.
So
okay.
Hold on just 1 second as I do that. Yeah, I don't think a 7's going to do anything good, right?
Unfortunately not. The 7 is not going to do anything. It literally, as the drone, tries to kind of pierce it, it's just this, I don't know if it's like a blade or something, a melee attack. So it does this zzz, but when it hits it, it's like it almost seizes up.
Yeah.
It's a blowtorch. Still though, when it does a and then it's muffled as if you are trying to attack bubble wrap or something like that, or cloth or something.
Okay. Titus is then going to attack, aim an attack at her using laser blast.
Okay.
It's got a range of 120 feet.
Okay.
One second. How about, so that's damage. I apologize. Hold on one second.
Okay.
There we go. How about a 21?
A 21, the blast shoots unerringly towards her, and when it reaches the shimmering, just disperses over whatever the hell this field is.
And
so it doesn't even get close to her, basically, Titus, because, you know, she's another like 20 or 30 feet inside this clearing.
Is anyone aside from Jaraxxus and Titus and Gamork outside the shield? Like, is
everybody else, like, I believe, Fob, Nulls,
Mavra,
Vicine, yeah, like all of those people are inside.
Shannon.
Okay.
The Shannon, yep. You apparently lost my Discord. Just send me. First of all, thank you for the 20. I will add that somehow. Let's see. Is there a way that I can? Okay. I don't know how to do that yet. But I will thank you, Dragonspawn, and I will try to get that. I will try to get that adjusted. Let me see. I'm going to say add 20 from Dragonspawn 199 to donations. Okay, so thank you. So that brings us to 220. Thank you so much, Dragonspawn. I appreciate it. As far as the Discord, you can send me a Twitch message, or you can. On my Discord, if you're on my Discord server, oh yeah, Shadow Mage did that. There we go. That's perfect. And yes, MetaQuest is VR. Right. So, okay. So yeah, that was that. Right. So what were you asking me, Zach, about, or did you figure it out already?
You told us.
Okay.
We're good.
All right. So Titus, that's what you have. So you've moved up there. You did that thing, and that's what you see. The laser blast would absolutely have hit. It's been dispersed by something.
Titus is just going to keep moving. Like, he's got nothing else he can do at this round. But
Yeah.
He's going to keep moving forward.
Titus is like, God damn it. Okay. All right. It is now the Shadow's turn. The first one is going to sweep out at, let's see, not Nulls, but about Fob.
Remember, one of these has disadvantage because of Vicious Mockery.
Right, and that was the one I think that no, Nulls did that to one.
Yeah, that was the one that was coming at Nulls.
Right,
Yeah.
and Fob, right, exactly, and then the other one is the one that Fob just bit. Okay, so let's do the one that.
Yeah, and Fob has dodge up, so either spirit or either shadow creature has disadvantage because the one that's attacking
on
Fob,
Nulls. I mean, on Fob rather.
But
oh, I see what you're saying. Both of them do.
Yeah.
Well, if
Yeah,
it's the
'cause if
same
the
one,
one-
because Fob. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes.
If
Okay,
the
they
same
both
ones
have
attack the
disadvantage.
same
Yep.
people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, let's go with the one attacking Fob first, which has been hit. It will attempt to attack. Let's see. So that is 13 is the low one on that one against Fob.
Misses.
Okay. And then the one that's attacking Nulls. The low one on that is going to, it moves up like 5 feet to engage you, Nulls. That one is going to be an 18 is the low roll on that.
Ugh.
High roll was 22. So I assume that 18 hits you, Nulls?
Can I use my bardic the tail?
Once it hits you, yes. It's going to hit you first, and then you're going to get your, you respond by, it takes damage when that happens.
Well,
so
Yes.
you have to use, when you got the tail with a bonus action, you then have
Yeah.
to have used your action to give that tail to someone. So you haven't given.
Oh, that's right. You haven't given the tail to
still
anybody
banked.
yet.
So yeah, you can't use it yet
Oh,
because
okay.
you haven't given that shield to anyone yet.
Okay, let's see. So This one is going to do 9 points of necrotic damage to you, Nals. And that's the not good news. The worst news is you also are going to lose 2 strength points. Your strength has been lowered by 2. Yeah, oof is the way to put it.
That's the what? I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to. Sorry, I'm
okay.
trying to lower my
good.
strength. I don't know how to do that.
You'll click the 14
Click the 14
of strength. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then where it says other modifier, type
Other modifier,
-2. Yeah.
Okay.
Gamork Titus goes blowing past you, running at full speed, and launches himself into the clearing, or tries to. But when he jumps up, you can see his body, and those of you inside the clearing can see Gamork heading towards you, and there's a shimmering of the walls, as I mentioned, but for the first time you see inside that there is a shimmering of the air as his snout and body come towards you slower and slower, and then he is pushed out, and he sort of bounces back as if bouncing off of a trampoline or something like that, and lands on his back, and then rolls around and growls fiercely, and then at you, Titus, growls and goes booking around the outside of the clearing, or trying to.
Like circling
Yes.
around the... Okay.
Yes, which is not going to be easy because there's not really much place to circle, but at least that's what he's trying to do. Okay. Obviously, you've never seen anything like that. That's going to lead us to Fob, and then Nulls is on deck. So what does Fob want to do? He was Fob. They were hunkered down, I believe.
That's right. So can Fob see...
Oh, thank you, Gamer Grant, for gifting those games. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Right.
Can Fob see any discernible source of this shimmering wall? Like, is it coming from Ostrika? Like, does she seem like a focal point of it or something?
Hard to say, except that it did happen when Ostrika raised her hands. That was when the sound went out. That was when the everything got silent, and that was when the shimmering of the walls was brighter. So it did seem to correspond to something that she was doing.
Okay. Oh gosh. Well, we got these. There's still a shadow creature in front of Fob. That'd be pretty. I don't know if Fob can just move away from one like that. Yeah, I'm not gonna move with too much agency, given especially that Fob's not my character. So I'll just focus on the shadow in front of me.
All right.
So I'm going to. Oh boy, I'm still a little hurt as well. Dodge, disengage, hide. Okay, I think I'm going to. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I'm going to do steady aim, which says as a bonus action, give yourself advantage on your next attack roll on the current turn.
Okay.
And I'm going to make attack with my short sword
with
advantage.
Okay.
And I won't move this turn as a result. Okay. Here we go. Oh dear. A 1 and a 3. So
that unfortunately is missing a miss.
Ugh.
Again,
right.
You feel the coldness of the thing as the blade, like sort of flowing up the blade into Fob's claw.
That's all Fob can do.
Okay, that's going to lead us to Nulls next. Okay, Nulls, you are up. What would you like to do?
So I can take my bonus action now, right?
And do the actually assigning of the tail? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, assigning the tail is an action.
Assigning
full
the tail
action.
is-
Oh, I thought it was a bonus action.
Yeah, it's this like workflow where you use a bonus action to determine it, action to spend it. So you could do it all in one turn. But yeah, it's an action to assign it to yourself or someone.
Okay. So I've got a question. Because I have Thunderwave, but it's an AoE. Who is direct? Is Fob in front of me?
Fob is to the right of you, probably about 25 feet or so, slightly up and to the right, because you had to back up, and Fob went forward.
Okay, so this spell is it's 15 feet. So where is the shadow monster that's attacking Fob?
You can get there, I think. It's probably within that 15 feet, I would say.
Okay. The one that's on me is definitely within 15 feet.
Yes, unquestionably.
And then the hopefuls that are coming after us are within 15 feet?
Yes, that is right.
Okay. Are there any innocents who are currently within striking distance?
I mean, probably yes. There are a few that are standing around, although they might, yeah.
They could get used too
That's
at
true.
some point.
That's true.
Unless Thunderwave hits them.
Ah. Yep,
and
could
knocks
be.
them prone.
True.
So I'm going to use second level Thunderwave.
Okay. Seems logical.
First, and see what that does.
Okay.
All
Nice.
Thunderwave's what? You said 15 feet, right? I believe it is 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's an 8, and the Constitution roll is 13.
All right. Let's see what we got.
Cool.
Okay. So let's see. Yeah, the hopefuls who are not, are being sort of, or they are going to get hit by this. The one of the shadows, the one on you actually, does not seem to be affected by this, but the other one definitely is. Oh, but that is definitely a magical attack, though. All right, so they are going to take all of that damage, and as the sort of thing, as the Thunderwave ripples, you can see that it kind of its body, its ragged body, almost sort of little bits, little motes of shadow almost drift off of it as it is hit by this thing, and it seems to be even more wavering and indistinct. If you had to guess, that hurt, Knowles. If you had to guess, that hurt it.
Okay, so you're saying that one of them got hurt.
Correct. The one that was on Fob.
The other one that's on me, it seemed to have no effect.
Correct, although I should take a look at Thunderwave and make sure.
Yeah, it's a half damage.
Half damage. Okay, no, then it does take some.
Okay, so it takes 4 damage.
Okay. I should say, however, that is correct. I should say that neither one, though, is knocked prone. Even the one that did not make its save is not knocked prone. It is resistant to that. Because it is a cloud of shadow.
So, I am going to...
Yeah, so the one in front of you looks quite indistinct now. I'm sorry to interrupt, I should say. The one in front of you, Knowles, now looks quite indistinct because that had also been hit by your Vicious Mockery, too. So...
Okay. Oh, wait, I'm confused. So the one that I hit earlier with Vicious Mockery, the one that it took half damage from Thunderwave, right?
Right.
Okay, so it only took half damage from Thunderwave, but also because of the Vicious Mockery it's kind of on its last legs, you say?
It, substantially hurt, is what I would say.
Okay, let me see something really quickly.
Okay.
I'm going to double up and do my first level Thunderwave.
Well,
I have a first level and a second level Thunderwave.
Right, but the issue is actions. You've already cast. You've done one action spell on yours, so you can't.
I didn't take my Bardic Inspiration though. I haven't assigned that to myself yet.
No.
I haven't done that yet.
No, but you've already cast a Thunderwave, which is itself an action.
Okay, so I can't take the same action.
Yeah, can't do two spells on. You can't do two spells on the same turn as actions. Unless one is a bonus action, but I'm pretty sure Thunderwave is an action, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so I can't do another spell?
unless it's a bonus action.
Okay, well,
And then
then
even
I'm
then, if it's leveled, like Healing Word, you can't cast 2 leveled spells.
Yeah.
So
okay.
they-
Okay, I'm
I think the
confused.
only thing, because you just use to cast Thunderwave,
Uh-huh.
on each turn we get movement, action, bonus action.
Okay.
And you just cast Thunderwave, which is an action.
Uh-huh.
If you want to cast Thunderwave again, that's another action which you don't have. You just use your action to cast 1 Thunderwave.
All right.
So you only have a bonus. And if we look at your actions, the only bonus actions you have are Healing Word, which for another reason you can't cast that right now. You have your tail, but that's an action to give. So you could use Bardic Inspiration as normal and not a Spirit Tail. And what that means is you give a d6 to someone other than yourself, so really Bob or Mavra or Shannon, I guess, and they add it to their next d20 roll. That's the only...
Okay.
It pulls from the same pool that you use the Spirit Tails from, but...
So, let me ask a question, because as I understand it, I can take 2 actions on a turn. Correct?
You can only take... Any person can only take 1 action on
Oh,
one
okay.
on
Right,
your
because
I
a
don't know
move
one
is
thing, too.
separate. It's sometimes confusing because it's called a move action, but
Yeah.
there's a move and an action, and you can have a move and
Okay.
action and a bonus action, but even then, the spell, is different.
Yeah.
So-
bonus action doesn't mean an extra action. It's a separate thing that's called bonus
Separate category,
action.
right? Yeah.
So, could I take a step back and give Bardic Inspiration to Fob?
Yes, but then you couldn't also have cast the Thunder Wave, right? Because the Bardic
Okay.
Inspiration is a full action, unless I'm
No.
mistaken.
It's
Bardic
a
Inspiration is a
bonus.
bonus.
Even to use it, though? To convey
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Bardic
to-
Inspiration, as a bonus action, a creature other than yourself within 60 feet that can hear you gains an inspiration die 1d6
Oh, okay.
for
'cause
10 minutes.
Okay.
The creature can add it to one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. This
Okay,
can
that's
be
fine.
added
There was something about the actual using of an action to use it that
it's because of the particular kind of bard that Nalik is.
Okay, because of that.
Nalik
Gotcha.
can alternatively use their bardic inspirations to not inspire someone but to determine a tale.
Okay,
that can then
and
be used.
That
as
is an I gotcha.
Yeah.
Then yes, then that would be fine. You could
Okay.
certainly do that. Also,
So all I
congratulations,
do-
Kenley.
I just clicked one of the little boxes here, right, Zach?
You should
Okay.
have both filled in because you've used one to determine a tale and you're using one right now to inspire Fob separately.
For whatever reason, I only had there. I don't know why none of them are checked.
It might be because there's not a clear way. You might have to just manually do it every
Yeah.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm giving a bardic inspiration to Fob, and I'm stepping back.
Awesome.
All right, that's my turn.
D&D.
Okay. Right. So that's going to bring us up to, that was Nulls. Now Strika is going to go. Let's see. Strika, who's not happy clearly about any of this turn of events. Oh man. Okay, I mentioned the glowing light before.
Sorry, has Mavra and Shannon, are they doing anything? Just to mention as well.
The Mavra and Shannon are, well, Shannon is not. I'm about to talk about what Mavra is going to do.
Okay.
Mavra
Same.
is preparing for something. Let's put it that way. Shannon is still sort of like, what has happened? Right. Okay. So she is going to reach out and is going to point at... Yeah. And is going to point at, I would say, Nulls. And is going to say, "It is unfortunate that you have decided to commit this treason. Perhaps you could have come and been part of us. Instead, you have betrayed us, and you will pay for it." And then reaches out her hand, and a bolt of electricity shoots out at Nulls. But Nulls, before it reaches you, something, some blur, comes in front of you. Now remember that you had this shadowy thing in front of you also. So it passes through the shadowy thing, and it's going to hit that too. But something jumps in front of it, this blur of blue cloak. And so I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, but this is going to be a little different than the way this spell normally works because of this blur. But for right now, just make a dexterity saving throw, and I'll explain.
Oh, that's bad. It's 11.
Okay.
That's enough.
So...
Don't tell me the elders showed up and then did something to me anyway.
The elder just saves you're like, the elders are here. Oh,
Right.
Exactly. No, what actually is going to happen is, so you are going to take 8 points of damage from this, Nulls. But the reason that you didn't take a whole lot more just then is because someone has leaped across your path and absorbing this damage, you see, and then sort of staggering to one knee is Mavra.
Oh.
And Mavra sort of like sways back and forth, having absorbed this. And Ustrika sort of stares, and you can see that Ustrika has this look of absolute like bewilderment. Like, what are you doing? And again, dead silence reigns within the clearing. And Mavra then pushes out with her hands as if she's, like trying to make something, trying to push something out of her own body. And then does this, and the electricity disperses to all the area of the clearing around you. And suddenly, Titus and Gamork and everybody outside the clearing no longer sees the shimmering. But Mavra is lying now motionless on the ground. And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close for today.
Wow.
So,
talk about amazing reflecting Sith lightning to dispel a barrier. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Go Mavra.
So we're going to see what happens both to Mavra and the people around. Oh, and I guess I should have also, wait a minute, I have to roll damage for, oh yeah, okay. It also, that also happened to coincidentally destroy one of the shadowy creatures that was in front of you, Nulls. So there's also that. So one of those shadowy creatures is remaining.
Which one?
The one that's in front of Fob, not the one that's in front of you. All you have in front of you right now is a prone Mavra, Ustrika sort of staring in bewilderment, and the shimmering walls and so on have dulled, and the shimmering air has vanished, and now you're able to see, Titus, and Gamork seems to be, you hear him growling somewhere. He's running around the outside. So yeah, Shannon continues to stare at everyone in sort of shock and amusement.
I've got a really quick question.
Sure.
Because Glimmerleaf gave us potions the last time.
Yes, that's right. And I think one of them might have been an extra healing potion.
Yes.
I believe.
Yep, I see it.
Might be an appropriate.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm
Yes.
not sure we decided who has it, but I see what it is.
Yeah, I just thought I would remind everybody of that.
I feel like maybe Fob would have it. Fob seems to have a penchant for carrying little trinkets. So I don't know.
Okay. So, good stuff, folks. It's going to lead to an interesting conclusion of combat. Kat wasn't able to join because Kat is down in Georgia. Kat will be back with us next month. And it'll be interesting, so Kat, here's what had happened was, so it's going to be interesting to see how that all goes down. But this was fascinating to me. Watching, there was a lot of tension for me watching Nulls and Ustrika sort of deal with things, and I noticed. I'll talk about this when I get to you, Toya. But I noticed that when you missed the one check for performance, I think it was that one performance check where you were kind of like, and Ustrika gave you kind of the sort of the who are you again? I was thinking about, what the implications of that might actually be within the combat against this obviously very powerful figure. But we shall see what happens with that down the line. Okay, and also, as a quick note, so far so good. We have raised $220, but while I am doing these outros before we get ready for Zac's performance, please do continue to donate, people, because we have a $5,000 goal. We've got $220 so far. We were on for a few hours so far, but we also had to set a lot of stuff up first, so we've got more things happening as time goes along. So I'll start with Zac here on the far right. Zac, good stuff today with Jiraxis. There were some good ideas and also good management of Fob there. There were some good things, I think, that both Jiraxis and Titus were trying to do with Fob's Tiara, and then there was this moment where we're trying to run a basically two-zone combat, one people outside this barrier, one group of people inside the barrier, and whatever the implications of that would be. You obviously have the mirror image known as Clone Pack, which you were able to cast too. But I was interested to see how Jiraxis was going to react to some of these things moving forward. So I am also curious now that that barrier is dropped. I don't know. I'm curious to see how Jiraxis is going to manage this, and from a combat point of view, and then you have to figure out what happens after you defeat Ostrika, if you do. What did you think of the session today? And I won't ask you where the people will see you next, because we're about to see you doing this show. But what did you think about the session today?
Yeah, this was great. There were a lot of great moments, but I wanted to highlight. I am always so impressed by how Toya approaches the game, and like where a grizzled, jaded D&D veteran like myself might be like, these are the options I have. Like Toya's always pushing the boundaries of what can be done, and then in specific, like with that, trying to sense the shadows and the dream and the shimmering, which led to, in my opinion, an absolutely amazing moment of Greg, your reception to that, and what you then learned, like seeing into the shadow realm and like the spiritual aspect of all those spirit callers. I was like, that is so cool, and totally like representative of exactly the kind of thing that Nalik would be able to do too. So an encouragement to any of you that play D&D out there to, to trust your GM, to take your creative ideas and roll with them, and also for GMs to take those, because that leads to really creative, awesome moments that would never happen if you didn't have that outside of the box thinking. So yeah, I thought that was super, super cool. And then super awesome move too of deflecting the lightning to get rid of the barrier, like so awesome. But now she's maybe dead, so we'll fix that. But yeah, amazing
we'll
session.
Fix that? Did you just say? We'll address that.
We'll fix that. Rise. No.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. I hope. Maybe. Anyway, yes. People will find me other than I'll get to that, but people will find me in a few places. I'm here for this, of course, Expedition from Mysterious Peaks on Saturdays, every other Saturday, or ish. You'll find me as part of ArvCon, aside again from tonight, on Monday as part of the special Plans Within Plans stream on Monday with Johnny. And then I'm also a part of the ArvVocalists, which is our once a month voice acting cast where we voice act video games. Right now, we're playing Banner Saga 3, which has been really, really cool. We're all getting our sort of Nordic accents out. And you'll also see myself and Greg as part of Gen GMs, which is our mainly YouTube channel, which is doing great at the moment. And we just released a new long episode today. And you'll see me in just a few minutes playing piano. I'll see this later, but I was actually planning to play mallet instruments, a marimba, MIDI marimba, but unfortunately it's broken again. It's a long story.
Oh man.
Piano is not my I was gonna say native instrument, but my main instrument. I actually learned it through playing mallet keyboard instruments first, which is usually the other way around for most people. So I don't play piano like a pianist, I play it like a percussionist. But I hope to still have some grace, and the blend of both is close enough that I'm not pounding the keys necessarily, but yeah, so should be
I'm just
some
saying,
fun.
boo to Emily.
Yeah,
Boo.
it's not his
Oh.
piano forte.
Yes, it's not my piano forte.
Actually,
Piano is not.
now let me think
Piano
though.
is not my forte.
Because like the forte, the way people misuse it all the time, fort is strong from the French. But now I'm wondering if it is piano forte because the Italian is forte, which means loud. So I'm actually wondering now how you pronounce. It's a great pun either way. It just reminded me whether piano forte, is it fort or forte? Regardless, it's an awesome pun.
That's me. See you guys in a few minutes. Hope you please stick around for the concert. I will be giving away games from my own library of games. I have dozens and dozens of games through Humble Choice, codes that I've hung on to for a long time that I need to give away for games all the way from Yakuza to Hi-Fi Rush, King of the Castle. I have Realms of Ruin, the Callisto Protocol. I have all sorts of stuff. Major AAA games. Citizen Sleeper I have actually to give away, which we played on our vocalist.
Nice.
So please stick around.
Super cool. Thank you. Yeah, we really want those donations to continue to go up on Friday and get as much of a thing as we can possibly get. So that would be great. Thank you, Zach. I'll see you in just a few. And also, quick side note, I'll reach out to you on Discord, so we'll be able to set up the thing. Moving on to Toya again. Kat will be back with us down in Georgia, but Kat will be back with us next month. Toya, again, as Zach said, like really, really great stuff, thinking outside the box. I totally agree. It allows, I have to stay agile as a DM to be able to address that, but I will always reward that to a certain level. You have to be careful not to go too narrative all the time, because then it starts to feel like the game, like then we're just playing make believe, which is great, but like we could just do that. You wouldn't need a D&D thing to do that, which is why a couple times I asked you about like sort of mechanically what are you doing, to sort of represent this narratively. But still, I mean, the idea conceptually still works in the sense that Nulls does have access to the dream world and has done stuff with this before, so it's not like Titus, a largely tech-driven creature, suddenly being like, I am one with the cosmos, and you being like, wait, what? Like, it seems more logical that Nulls would do something in that way. So I think I agree, you did something well there. I am going to be curious to see what the effect of Mavra's sacrifice has any effect, if there is any effect on Nulls, and what's going to happen now that you have Ustrika in front of you. It'll be interesting to see what happened. Also, by the way, please note players that had strength drained. I think you should have already noted the amount, but please note the points of strength that have been drained from you so far. Just important to remember that. How did you feel, Toya, about things this evening? Also, thank you for joining us for ArvCon. And where will the fine folks see you next?
Well, I mean, sometimes not knowing what the heck you're doing helps. Because like when you're like, how are you doing this mechanically? I'm like, I do not know what you're asking me. But yeah, hoping Mavra is not dead. Also agree with Zach to hope to fix it. Also, I'm imagining some scenarios that could be going on with Mavra that I will keep to myself. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. The kind of Shadow Realm thing was a lot of fun. It wasn't exactly what I was imagining when I was talking about that, but it was a very cool surprise. And I think it may have given me some clues as to what was going on, which I shared with Zach and Johnny, so we'll see if I'm right about that. So where you'll find me, you will find me at my house, because that is where I am going to be for the time being. And you will also find me back here. I'm not very active on social media. Yes, so you'll find me back here sometime next month for this Fine Here campaign.
Awesome. Thank you, Toya. Always a pleasure. Last but certainly not least, Johnny, I know that because of the positioning of this, poor Titus and Jaraxxus have been slightly isolated, because the last sessions, but that now is coming to an end, obviously. And I hate, in a way, I both hate and love being the guy who has to narrate the here's a hit, and you're like, it goes unerringly, and then crap happens, and you're just like, oh, God damn it. Like, and, because I never want to make the player feel like big time letdown, but in the reality, it also gave you information about the fact that you were dealing with some kind of barrier that you were like, well, crap, and a barrier which apparently has now been Sith-like knocked down, I suppose one could say. So we know that we will see you several places this weekend, but how did you feel about the session today as all of this issue sort of unfolded for all of you?
You can make it up to me about that first round of like attack and have it do absolutely nothing. But we can just jump to level 5. I don't know.
You just jump to level 5.
I mean, it's been a while.
Yeah, a level up is in your not fairly near future, but it depends on how things go down. Coming soon, type of thing.
God, I hope so. No, today was a lot of fun. I got a chance to really kind of sit back and watch the Greg and Toya show, and it was wonderful watching Toya sort of engage in the environment and the story. And I felt bad in some ways because Zac was doing the thing where letting Fob be Fob without him portraying Fob, right?
Right.
I don't, it's so it forced Toya to be sort of in the spotlight in a very significant way, and I think she did a stellar job. So
yeah,
kudos to you, Toya.
Agreed.
That was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And then just the way that the engagement, the response, like you talked about, Zac, the out of the box thinking that comes with not only being a new player, but or a relatively new player, but also just sort of like not really knowing the system very well. So you approach things more narratively, but you tend to touch on things that necessarily don't fit within the rules very easily, and I love players who do that. So Toya, yeah, great job tonight. You were the star tonight. Fantastic job.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I enjoyed the rest of the game. I enjoyed my one chance to do something, and I'm looking forward to being more effective at doing something next time around.
Yes.
So yeah, and the fine folks will see me here tomorrow for a little Star Wars, Monday for a little Dune.
We were just pacing you, Johnny. That's all. We were just pacing you because we know you've got
right.
You got Star Wars tomorrow, Dune.
Right.
Yeah.
Galaxies far
it's
away.
a space opera kind of weekend.
That's it. That's actually true. But thank you very much. And again, a thank you, very strong thank you to my players, not just for starting out ArvCon, but also for being patient as we do all the introductory stuff and get everything coordinated. ArvCon is kind of a different animal, because I have to focus so much attention as well on making sure we're coordinating all of this. So thank you players for that. But otherwise, I will see Johnny tomorrow for Star Wars. I will see Toya next month for more of this. And of course, I imagine I'll be speaking with Toya on Discord as well. We'll be seeing Kat next month as well. And Zac, I will see you in just a few minutes. I'll send you a message on Discord about that. So chat, we get some love for our players. Thank you so much, players. Great work. And I'll see you back for more of this particular game soon as well.
Bye, everybody. Donate.
Donate.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Donate.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Okay. Very cool stuff. Yes, I wish that we could go even longer on that, but I really have to, again, be respectful of their time, and get us back to, continue to keep us on track. So that is now out of date. Now, see, that one I can adjust. We are now no longer at 200. We are now at 220. There we go. So we were at 220 out of 5,000. Now, chat, we had an excellent turnout for this tonight so far, which is great. I'm really happy about that. I'm grateful for the raids, and I'm grateful for all the generosity in that regard. Let me ask everyone before we get ready. We're going to get started in just about 5 minutes or so with the second portion of our entertainment this evening, which will be Zac doing a concert. And then we will be back tomorrow, but I'll talk about that. But I would love it if we could get ourselves up to even like 500, which will get us to another donation tier as well. So another $180 would get us to that 400 level. So while I am going and setting things up, can I please suggest and recommend to everybody that you donate? Again, !donate. That will get you to that Tiltify link. Once you go there, you should be able to donate, and then the thing will pop up this and then it will update that. I will figure out how to add that $20 to the total on the Tiltify. I'll do that after the stream tonight. So please do that, and please spread the word. I cannot emphasize this enough. Please spread the word. Let them know that we're doing this as we're trying to raise money for Damon Runyon. That is hugely important as we go forward. Okay, now what I am going to do is I am going to go get the concert ready with one Mr. Zac Clay. So please stick around. I'm going to adjust Twitch. I'm going to do a couple of other things. No one bail. You were going to want to be here for this. Zac is awesome. If you like that combat music we were playing, that dun 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 dun, like that very sort of techie future-ish combat type of thing, then you'll definitely want to stick around for this. Zac does a lot of amazing stuff. I should know. He's in my band. So definitely stick around for that. Please do donate. That's really important, and spread the word. And chat amongst yourselves. And I will be right back in just a couple of minutes to get ready for the concert. Don't go anywhere. Donate and let people know that this is here. And I'll be right back to you in just a bit. Okay, so we are ready to go, but before we do that, I need to talk about something. Holy crap. So I was literally working on getting everything set up for Zach's performance, and then we got the ba-ba, and so I was like, obviously I had the overlays switched around while I was doing this, and I was like, okay, I'm like, okay, that's cool. Let me just go look. $1,000 anonymous donation. Wow. That is astonishing. We have gotten big donations before. I'm not sure that we've ever had $1,000 donation at once. That is extraordinary stuff. So for whoever it is, whoever is watching, thank you. That makes a huge tangible difference. And that also means that we are now over 20% to our goal because of that. That is a huge deal, and that turns this into a wildly successful first day. Obviously, we still have a long way to go to get to our goal, but that is an enormous thing. And that means that we're going to have now, I think, 2 or 3 giveaways that are going to be happening during Zach's concert. So thank you so much for whoever that was. That's really, really amazing. And yeah, I don't know who it is too. I guess really what that means is I think we'd have to say that has got to be part of Expedition. I'd say that we have to make that an Expedition thing, because even if you're going to argue, well, it was because it was in between, that and Zach's music, Zach is still part of this. So that's really got to be Expedition. So I would say Expedition pulled together $1,220, and that is pretty freaking impressive, let me say. So thank you so much. That is amazing. And let's keep it up. If we can get to 1,500, if we can get another $280, and so we're looking at 1,500 coming out of day one, that would be something amazing. So thank you to whoever that is. I am so grateful, and it makes a big difference when people can do something like that. For all of you who have donated so far, thank you. I also want to say this too. Again, even if you can't donate that kind of, you don't need to sit there and go, I can only donate 10, or I can only donate 5, or I can, you never have to feel anything guilty about this. That's not the point of what this is. We all give in our own way. Being able to do that is really helpful, and I'm so grateful to those who did. But I also don't want anyone to feel bad if they weren't able to do that. Just being here, spreading the word, maintaining a positive attitude, sticking around in the stream, letting people know this is going on, and then bringing people over if they can drop $1,000. That's great. But as Dragon Spawn just said, the bucks add up here too. So thank you. Wow. That just, I was like, what? That was something. So thank you so much. Okay, now we are on to another part, which is one of my favorites. Now, this is a person who I enjoy greatly, is a dear friend of mine now, and is not only a wonderful role player, but is a wonderful musician, and is part of my band of the road as we put together our 4th album, Exodus, recently. And that, of course, is one Mr. Zac Clay. And so Zach is going to be performing for you basically as long as he's capable of, because it's starting much later than we expected. But fortunately he's on the West Coast, so it never turns midnight over there. It's always fine. No, I'm just joking. But I'm very grateful to Zach for doing this. And while we're doing this, not only are the mods going to be running giveaways in chat, but please continue to donate, because that's going to be hugely important. Exactly right, Drew. That's going to be important as we continue to build these numbers up. The more that we make now, the less we have to make the rest of the weekend. And so this is great. So thank you so much for that donation. And thank you so much to everyone who has donated so far, because that's a big deal. I really appreciate it. Okay, with all of that said, I think we are now ready to go. And so I am going to unmute Zach here. Here we go. And I'm going to get off the screen, and I'm going to bring him on. So give me just a second. And there we go. All right. And here it is. Zach, take it away.
Oh, hello there. I think I can see myself on the stream. Can you guys hear me? I have my chat open, but you guys should all be in Arv's chat. And I'll wait. I'll see if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear? Can you hear the music? Oh, hi, Angelix. I'm very quiet. I shouldn't be. That might be on Arv's end. I think that's on Arv's end. Really? Am I still super quiet? Am I still very quiet? Am I still super quiet? Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. Did I just hear that we got like $1,000 donation? That's crazy. That's so awesome. That's super cool. Um, I think I'm gonna do a I think I'm gonna do a giveaway. I'm gonna save it till the end. That $1,000 has already warranted me giving away a few games. I subscribe to Humble Choice, which gives me Steam codes for all sorts of games. Like I mentioned, Hi-Fi Rush. Uh, what else did I have? I have the Callisto Protocol. Like there's some AAA stuff in there. There's some indie games. So I'm definitely going to give some away at the end of the music stream, so I won't interrupt, the middle of the music stream to do anything. But once we end, stick around for the whole concert, and you could win a game. And obviously keep donating. I think another thing too is, even if you don't have to donate even, $50. You don't have to donate 30 or 20 or 10. Like if all you can do is $5 or even $1, like that is $1 closer to our goal, And if there are 10 people watching right now and all 10 people give $1, then that's $10. You know what I mean? That's how a lot of these fundraisers get achieved, is by just really small donations. Even if you feel like it's not really going to make a difference, it does if a lot of people do it. So start that train, and you can do it anonymously. You can give it just yourself. But yeah, so I'm assuming I'm just going to take it over from here, Greg. I see I'm on the stream, so I'll just start. But hello, everyone. My name is Zac Clay. So I've been on Greg's channel as a cast member for many years now. I think going on 4 or 5 years, and started out as part of the roleplay side of things, and then I also before COVID hit, I taught drum lines for almost 10 years. You might hear my birds in the background. I have parakeets, and they just randomly squeak sometimes. Yeah, but yeah, I taught drum lines for a long time. The instrument that I really first learned, and I won't go so far as to say mastered, but what is really my main instrument and what I taught for almost a decade was and is the marimba, which is a keyboard like this, but it is about 3 times the size. It is meant to be played with mallets like these. If any of you are familiar in chat, type 1 in chat. Type the number 1 if you're familiar with any of these instruments. Xylophone, glockenspiel. Let me know if you know what a glockenspiel is. If you do, then that's cool. Marimba. What other mallet instruments? Vibraphone. Vibraphone's used in jazz a lot. I hope to see a lot of ones. Maybe no one's heard of these things. But anyway, mallet instruments are played with these. These are mallets, and I would do that here, but it's not really going to work. I do have a MIDI mallet instrument, but it's broken, and so instead I'm going to be playing piano, and I'm known for, musically, for creating these like weird mix tracks of pre-made loops and things like that. But I'm gonna go for kind of in the spirit. I think there's a piano Twitch streamer named Laura, and she's Australian, I think, or from New Zealand. And she's a pretty well known pianist who just plays like video game remixes. And so I'm actually just going to go full solo on this and play for you some a medley of some things. Now, I don't know, unfortunately, a lot of like popular music, and I don't, I'm not familiar enough with popular music to take requests. But instead, what I'm going to do is, as I was growing up and I learned this instrument, I learned piano. I sort of had a song, and again, I learned mallets first, really, but it's the same. The keys are formatted the same. It's just that I learned how to do this and play with mallets before I learned how to do this and play with keys. And any piano player out there will notice that I don't play with correct finger technique, but otherwise you might not notice. But yeah, as I was learning keyboard, I learned for each key from C all the way to C. So all 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all 12 of these, I learned there was like a song that kind of, when I positioned my hands on them, I'm like, oh yeah, when I learned this key, this is the song I learned. This is like the most iconic in my personal life, the song that I play when my hands go to that key. So my idea is I have actually written down a I've written down what essentially the most iconic piece that I know is for every key on the keyboard. And I think we're actually going to start with B, the key of B. And this is actually my take on an existing piece of music. It's not original, and it's the sort of like most well-known song from a play that unfortunately I didn't look up, so I don't remember what play it's from. Actually, chat, could you go on a little hunt for me? You're gonna look up for me, and you can tell me what play this is from. This song is called Omar Sharif. It's the name of a person who the play is referencing. I think this is how you spell it. That's the name of the song, but I need to know the play that it's from. I never actually saw the play, but it was nominated for whatever the Oscars of plays are, the Tony Awards. I don't know what they are. But I don't know. Anyway, it was a very, very beautiful song that myself and my mom really, really liked. It's the only song we know from that play. And I hope you'll understand why we think it's very beautiful, as I'll play my own version of it. And then as we start in the key of B, again, like I said, when I go to this note on the piano, B, this is the song that I think of, that I go to play. And so I hope you guys enjoy. And then we'll go to the next key after that. Enjoy. Okay. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I know there was a little internet hiccup, but hopefully I scared you and now the hiccups are gone. So yes, that was Omar Sharif, or a very interpretive version of it. Before I move to the next key, an aspect that you guys should know as well about my kind of about my style really is that I improvise a lot. It's kind of funny that of all of the types of bands that I've played in, I've never been a part of a jazz band, which is the type of band that you improvise in the most. And yet, what I love to do is improvise. So one day I got to get into jazz because basically everything that I just played for you is was sort of improvised. You might even have heard that towards the end. Realize as we get to another key is that every song so yeah, we'll see. Okay, and yeah, so the internet hiccup is frustrating. I'm not sure that there's anything I can do on my end. I could probably I'm going to do a couple of those, maybe Greg's stream, so that while I'm streaming, maybe that'll help me. I'll close this, alleviate some load. Oh no, have you? Oh God, did you guys just completely lose me? This is so. How weird. What? That's so weird. Huh. Wait, what? That's so odd. This is so weird. My own stream shows 0 dropped frames. I can still read chat. Let me see here. It's buffering. We could try. We could try Zoom. I don't know how I would format the outputs. That would be the only thing. But how weird. Keep freezing. How weird. That's strange. I'm showing 0 drop frames. Let me see my own. Yeah, when I watch my own stream. Yeah, when I watch my own stream, am I coming through? Yeah, yes. When I watch my own stream, am I coming smooth? Through? Yeah, yes. When I watch my own, am I coming smooth? Yeah, yes. When I watch my own stream, am I smooth? My own yeah, the keyboard pedal accelerates the transfer rate. That's weird. When I watch my own stream, I'm coming through perfectly clear. So how about this? I'll play another song really briefly, and you guys can tell me if things are okay. And then if things are not, our fallback plan could be to try to go through Zoom instead. I don't know if that would be more stable, but yeah, oh yeah, no, I know that I'd be echoing because I was listening to my own stream, but I should not be echoing at this point. You guys are so delayed for me. That's so weird. But here we are. Hope things are good. Great. Yeah, your guys' echo comments I am just now seeing, so that's really weird. Or I guess you're seeing me in the past, and I'm seeing you in the future. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna play another key. So we lingered in the key of B for a little bit. We're gonna go down a whole step to A. We're gonna go down to A, and I'm gonna give you guys a taste of marimba. So this is my main instrument that I learned to play with mallets that I'm going to replicate the experience of on the piano here. And when I learned how to play mallets, the very first marimba solo that I ever learned as part of California all-state music literature. Like as part of a essentially like standardized music across band programs across all of California. Every single mallet player in high schools in California that wanted to go to state levels of music performance had to learn the exact same solo. And that solo is called Spanish Dance, and it's by a marimbist named Kai Stensgaard. So I'm going to play for you the very first marimba solo that I ever learned, and this is in the key of A. So we're moving to our next key now. And what'll be interesting here, you'll let me know if there's still any lag. I hope not, but it may be my poor computer trying to keep up. One thing you'll notice, obviously, is I'm going to be playing a song that's meant for marimba, that's meant to be actually played. Here's actually what I'd like you guys to do as I start, is imagine my left hand on the piano is this, and my right hand on the piano is also this. And this is how this piece is meant to be played, with 2 mallets in one hand for a total of 4. So I'm going to be replicating that experience. The cool thing about piano, though, is that I have 5 fingers and not just 2. So I can actually play a heightened version of Spanish Dance that would not be possible on a marimba. You guys get a special version here because I'm on a regular keyboard. So enjoy. This is Spanish Dance by Kai Stensgaard. And the chat is so delayed, so I'm going to start playing and then I'll start seeing amazing reactions like 5 minutes later. So it's going to be good. All right, let's do it. And also just trust that if there are any more audio issues, that once I see you guys start screaming in chat, then we'll figure out, we'll do Zoom or try maybe Zoom after, but hopefully it works itself out. But yeah, be patient. In case there are audio issues, let me know, and then as soon as I see it, we'll try something else. All right, so this is Spanish Dance. Awesome marimba solo, as written, until I get to the part where I'm not doing it as written anymore. Did I lose you guys again? I don't know what's going on. That's so weird. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. Either way, what Little Bigfoot, nice to see you. Lil Bigfoot. Yes, I found you. Little Bigfoot. Am I coming in clearly? Bigfoot is a chatter in my chat right now. I have them side by side. Like streaming hiccups or through weirdly or something with music. The other thing that Twitch sometimes does is it warps pitch, which is terrible for music. So yeah, I hope despite all the stuff, it's been good. Yeah, so Lil Bigfoot has been here in my stream and it's coming through clearly. So I don't know, it's somewhere between my stream and Greg's. It's getting lost, but yeah. So anyway, okay. So Greg, let me know based on current condition of the stream. Would you like to try Zoom, because this is not an issue that I can perceive. We can try Zoom. I just have to figure out how to rearrange the outputs. It might be such a case where you guys would not be able to hear me speak, but you'd be able to hear the music, either one or the other. OBS lets me do both, but anyway. So yeah. Anyway, that was Spanish Dance by Kai Stensgaard, which is again like one of the first pieces of real marimba literature that I learned. So I'll wait the 1 million years it takes for Greg's chat to catch up. Lil Bigfoot, how are you doing? Oh, there we go. Okay, all right, let's try Zoom. Let's see if that works. So what that means is I'm going to actually stop streaming so that I'm not streaming and in a Zoom call. And then we'll hope that Greg can just capture me from Zoom. And then I think when we do that, I'll play maybe 2 or 3 more songs, and then that'll be it for me. Oh, well, Lil Bigfoot, I hope things are getting better for you. Okay, I'm going to end the stream, and we'll hopefully come back via Zoom. See you in a sec. So, Lil Bigfoot, if you want to continue to watch, go to this channel. Or actually, you see him in chat. Go to Arvan channel, the man who just typed. Okay, see you.
Okay, and I'm just going to put myself up here for just a minute whilst while we get that rolling. So I'm going to see if we can get Zoom captured. So just bear with me for just a moment while we get that rolling, and we will be right back to you in a sec. Thanks for bearing with us, everybody. All right. I think we now have, as I bring him over, we now have Zac on Zoom. And now I don't think we're going to have the hiccup stuff. So it looks slightly different, but it should sound just the same. And
Yes.
I am going to speak in the shut up. Also, thanks for the, we just had 3 or 4 anonymous gift subs, which is really kind too. Thank you, everybody. Big
Awesome.
focus this weekend, of course, is on ArvCon 2024. We're sitting after an enormous donation, the biggest single donation I think we've ever had at ArvCon. Somebody anonymously donated $1,000, which is incredible. So we're now at 1,220 out of 5,000. Would love to see that get up to 1,500 at least if we could by the end of the night. But that's a big step forward, so I'm very happy about that. Also, the expedition people are feeling very smug because, as they pointed out, that means that that's their amount that raised 1,220. I'm like, yeah, that counts. So anyway, but continue those donations, please. Thank you so much for doing that. And now I will shut up, and Zac, it's over to you.
Great. Okay. So yeah, hopefully you guys can. I reopened your chat as well, so that hopefully I'm getting you guys in closer time now. You should be able to hear me fine. So it'll be a little more effort for me to switch between my voice and the keyboard, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. So I'll move right along to the next one in the time that we have. So we were in the key of B. You won't be able to hear this yet, but I played Omar Sharif there, and then I played a little bit of the marimba for Spanish Dance of Kai Stensgaard. So I would be remiss not to play what my fingers often drift to now when I approach a piano. This is sort of my own take on the melodic line of a soundtrack piece or a musical piece from the video game Boyfriend Dungeon, which is a really great game. It has a very funny name, but it's actually a really amazing, I guess it would be a roguelike technically, with a romance element. It's like a romance game and a roguelike together. And it came out a few years ago. The soundtrack for it, absolutely stellar. Despite any of what you may think about the game itself, soundtrack absolutely awesome. And I think it was nominated for soundtracks at the Game Awards the year that Boyfriend Dungeon came out. So I'm going to be playing my own version of Open Arms from the soundtrack of that game. This is a piece that I've played many times as part of ArvCon for the last couple of years, or even in person at the Porch Fest out in Connecticut with Greg. I really love this chord progression. I really love the melody. And this is the key of F sharp, or you'll never really hear this, but G flat. G flat doesn't exist. It's F sharp. But yes. So let's try this out. Hope you guys enjoy. This is Open Arms from Boyfriend Dungeon. And I think we'll be good. We're going to do some clickety clackities, and then hopefully you guys will be able to hear this. If you can hear the music when it begins, type hype into chat. Here we go. Okay. Did it work? Okay, cool. So much better. Connection's good. Wonderful. Okay, great. All right. I think I'll do one or two more. So yeah, that was Open Arms from there. I hope too that it catches. Hopefully, it's not cutting off anything else. No distortion, anything. Yes, now you're getting me in my full raw, undisclosed form. Yes, but yeah, it should be good. No distortion, anything like that. All right, great. So I've played a little bit of piano for you. I've done, let's see, what have we done? We did Omar Sharif, right? Oh, you guys can't hear it, but we did Omar Sharif. We did Spanish Dance. I think we're gonna go to, I have a couple options here. I think we're going to do, I think we're gonna do D. Um, and indeed, this is another piece that I like to. Yeah, this isn't even my undisclosed form. This is my undisclosed form. Here, take it, my undisclosed form. No, you've been served, my undisclosed form. We're gonna go into the key of D, and in there, I have this one. This is actually gonna be the first one, I think, that is completely made up by me. As much as anyone can claim that they've made up music. Play Rushy. I can't. Here, I'm gonna try it. It's not gonna. You'll notice how I'm not a pianist. Watch what happens when I try to figure something out. I've never really heard the whole thing before, but that was my closest attempt at something. Um, Anyway, that was an accurate representation of what I hear in my brain when I hear that song, but I've never gone through the trouble of learning it. Okay, so we're gonna do D to something that I do know because I made this chord progression up. Uh, this again, it should be something familiar to Greg and anyone who's seen my performances in previous ArvCons or other ways. And one is known as Spicy French Song, which is my one of my go-to songs because it has a very beautiful chord progression. Something very cool about it. I'm gonna see myself here. You guys can see the piano. Yeah, Spicy French Song is the name of this, the name that I've dubbed this. And what's cool about it is it's a chord progression that as it proceeds and sort of like rounds itself out, it descends in every single key on the keyboard. So the chord progression, I'm going to start in D. Oh, you guys can't hear it yet. I'm going to start in D. And if you watch the lowest, usually the lowest note in my left hand, so over here, this note right here, here's D, you'll actually see that as this song progresses, it just literally goes note by note down until it goes back up to A. So this is one of those rare chord progressions that you can create an interesting little puzzle of music where I'm not really jumping around to different places. Like when I'm playing these other songs, you might see me like here I'm on this chord here, and then I'm jumping down here to do that chord and moving, 3 whole steps to do this. In Spicy French Song, the root, it's not really the root, but the lowest note just descends, hitting every single key on the keyboard. So the other thing that I think this sort of evokes before I play it is whenever I play this, I know I've titled it Spicy French Song, but I also can't get out of my head the Sherlock original soundtrack for Sherlock with Benedict Cumberbatch. For something about the little twang of this chord progression is very similar to the kind of music you'd hear there. So this is that. Let me figure out if I want to do this on marimba or piano patch. Yeah, we're gonna do piano. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Dunso, for 65 months. That's awesome. All right, so here's Spicy French Song, aka Sherlock, quote unquote, aka descending down every note on the keyboard. Hope you guys enjoy. This one is completely made up by me, and that means that as I play it, literally every time we go through the chord progression, I'm just going to be improvising. And then I might linger in some keys or others, but yeah, let's do it. spicy. Did I hear that he made the giveaway code spicy? That's great. That's awesome. All right, wonderful. Okay, well, I think I'm gonna play you all out with one last thing. I don't know what to play. I've gone through so many classics, so many wonderful things. I think what we'll do here, let's see, we've gone through the land of B and the land of Omar Sharif. We've gone through Spanish dance here in A. Then we've done a little bit of that. We did open arms for a bit. We had, of course, spicy French song. So one thing I think I'll do, we're going to play ourselves out with something here that I think most of you will recognize. Similar chord progression as a lot of things. Oh, there's gonna do one more giveaway. Okay, yeah, do it. Do it now. Oh, the giveaway stopped. Okay, wait. Let's see. Let's see who wins the giveaway, maybe. But yeah, I'm gonna play you guys out. I think with something that a lot of people will probably recognize, and then I'll go off from there. But this has been absolutely amazing, despite all the tech issues that may have cropped up. Though that was the $800 giveaway. Good job, Live Swing. You just won 800. No. That's not how that works. Yes, that's awesome though. Okay, great. So yeah, there's another giveaway after that. Whoa, wait. So, okay, I get it. All right. I just had a brain thing. We're good. Okay, I'm gonna play you guys out. The end of the $800 giveaway. Thank you all so much. This is great despite tech stuff. I guess we'll know for next time. We'll try it through Zoom instead of through streams. It was so strange. I think what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna do one big medley where I'm just gonna kind of play for a little while and hop between different ideas and different songs. I think because you guys didn't really get a great version of the first two songs, I'll go back to those for just a little bit and then play you out with some other things that you may recognize, and that'll be it. We'll come to some sort of conclusion. We'll see how we feel. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. Let's do it. I think I'm gonna start by playing. I'm gonna try to play something in the key of F that is one of the first things I learned on mallets, but it's not gonna go very well because I don't remember it too well. You guys are gonna hear me figure it out and try to hide the fact that I'm figuring it out to you guys. So we'll see. Wish me luck. But then once I get done with that, I'll probably shift to something else. All right, here we go.
we can't.
Yeah, I was like, ah, yeah, thank you guys so much. Yeah, it's hard to switch back. Okay. Hello. Yes. Thank you all so much. I was just going off. I was talking about how great the streams were, how awesome the music was, how great you guys were. I was talking about how awesome the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation is. I got it right. And yeah, thank you all so much. ArvCon is just starting. You have several more days of amazing music and also streams. Star Wars is happening tomorrow with scientists, right, Greg?
That is right. Yeah, Damon Runyon. Scientists are joining Johnny for the 1987 West End Star Wars. And a little birdie told me that there's an overlay coming that may or may not have been done by a person whose name rhymes with Bladodblage. So it's possible that I've just gotten a Star Wars overlay from them too while you were playing. So yes.
Yeah, I love Bladodblage. Great.
Good
Okay,
guy, that
cool.
Bladodblage. It
Yeah,
sounded
yeah.
great, Zach, and thank you for sticking with it. It was much better, I think, on Zoom. I'll have to let Chrono Wolf know that because we were thinking about doing the same capture the Twitch channel thing, but I don't know, maybe it
Yeah.
works better. I don't know, but this worked fine, so.
Yeah. It may be specific to me because I don't remember us having this issue when we did streaming my stream
Right.
before.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
No idea, but we got there with the goal of delivering you guys some great music, and I hope that you guys thought it was great and had a good time. So yeah, that'll be it for me. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your Memorial Day weekend. Please tune into the remainder of all the streams that are going to be happening here. Oh, I said I was going to do a giveaway, so let me do one right now, actually. I don't know if Greg, since usually the way I do a giveaway is through Nightbot in my own chat.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if you have a system of how you could do an impromptu giveaway right
Yes.
now.
Yes. Give me a second.
Okay.
I can fire up I think because Effect Life has ArvBot that he can do for this. So wait a second. If I put that like that, and I put that like that, I come out of studio mode like that. Then I go to game related, and then I go to ArvBot Plus, which is this.
ArvBot Plus.
ArvBot Plus.
Now with all new stuff.
Start ArvBot.
ArvBot Plus.
Let's see. Right, and then we do giveaways. ArvBot Plus is loaded. Okay. So because this way we cannot screw up the other giveaway that's currently running. So
Yeah. Okay.
let's see. So
ArvBot Plus.
ArvBot
Yes.
Plus. Okay, the only issue is how do we? Oh shoot. Okay, that's fine, but then I need
Yeah.
to remember how to use.
And if it ends up not being possible, I can figure out how to give them or something like that. We'll figure it out.
Shoot, the problem is I need to remember. Okay, wait a second. He literally sent me a message about this earlier tonight too.
Yeah, we'll figure it out so that you don't
Start
have to worry about it
use
later.
its giveaway display to make tracking of them easier. Yep. Oh, this is okay. I forgot that Arcanus Never mind. ArvBot actually is doing the same thing with the giveaway. Yay, Triffid won the giveaway. Yay.
Yay!
Okay. All right. He might be away. No, I know it's true. But I realized that it's actually keyed into Arcanus is what it's actually doing. So, make tracking of them easier. Yes. Okay. So actually, now that that's done, you can do Zach's giveaway. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's do Zach's giveaway. Yes. Thank you, Triffid, for doing that. All right. So
Okay.
the Arcanus thing is useful, but not that's not the thing that was causing issues. So, all right. So keyword for Zach. Yeah. What keyword do you want to do, Zach?
Let's do the keyword Zelda. Why not?
Yeah, sure. Zelda.
Unless you guys already did. But yeah.
Zelda.
Keyword Zelda. And let me link in chat what this is exactly for. So there you go in chat. That is a spreadsheet, a Google spreadsheet chat that has a list of all the games on my game list. You'll see that some of them are grayed out, and that means that they've already been claimed. But anything that's on this list that has a clickable link, these are games that I would give to you via a Steam key. And so we're going to do a giveaway. I think I'll give away maybe two or we'll say two. We're going to give away two tonight. And then if I can figure out a way to give more to you guys over ArvCon weekend, then we'll do that. But yeah, let's do two real quick. But when you win, you'll just say, we'll notice like, oh, this person has won. Send me a message on Discord and let me know what game from this list you want. And then via Discord, I will send you the Steam code. I will try to do that tonight so that I don't forget, because I have a very busy weekend. But there is a chance that you may not get the code for a little bit until I go in the system and get the code for you. But rest assured, you will get the game if you've won. And yeah, so they're only PC only, or actually it tells you what operating systems the game works on. So some of them are Mac games. And there are also some games that aren't even on the list. So you actually have more options as well, because I just didn't get a chance to add them to the list yet. So I have Yakuza Like a Dragon, Hi-Fi Rush, Steel Rising, King of the Castle is here to give away. I have Victoria 3, The Callisto Protocol, Humankind Definitive Edition, Warhammer 40k Realms of Ruin Ultimate Edition, Saints Row, Citizen Sleeper. I got games up the wazoo. Life is Strange, True Colors. I have Scorn, Marvel Midnight Suns. I got all sorts of games that aren't even on the list yet. Unpacking, heard that was a great game.
It is a great game. I played that last year.
Yeah. Metal Hellsinger, Man of Medan games. So, yeah. All right.
All right. We have a lot of people entering in this.
Mm-hmm. Which, again, only made possible through the power of donating to this charity goal.
That's
Thank
right.
you all so much for doing so. So, Greg, where did that... what happened with the donations? Did we just get some huge bombs or something?
We got one huge bomb is what happened. We were up to a certain number, then we got $1,000 anonymous donation.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the largest single donation I think we've ever had.
Wow.
Like, I just was like, well, that's pretty amazing. So
Yeah.
that's a very good way to start off the first day. So especially on a Friday evening and all that. So
Yeah.
tomorrow we're going to see, I would love to see us get a couple thousand in tomorrow. That would be great. And then try to get another, 500,000 on Sunday and kind of break our goal Monday if we can do that. Or, just have someone just be like, nope, I'm just going to drop $3,000 right now or 4,000 and just end the uncertainty.
Yes. I'll donate $4,000 for you to end your weekend right now.
It's over. Like, that's the thing. We just keep going and do more money for cancer research. But it's going to be cool. Yeah, the real treasure was the charity goals we made along the way. That's it.
Yes.
That's it. It's exactly right. Yeah, we will have a prize giveaway to start off tomorrow with, which is fun. Very true. Very true. Okay. So I think we're pretty much good to stop. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4,
yeah.
5,
And are we
6,
just gonna
7,
pull
8.
twice from the same? Yeah, I guess.
I think we can actually, right? I think we should be able to pull it twice
Instead of-
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, instead of asking everyone to just say another word. I imagine most people that want to enter are already entered. So.
Okay. So, all right. You can just use reroll. Right. So let's do the first one and then we'll reroll for the second one. So let's giveaway stop. And then we're going to giveaway -reroll.
Cool.
Okay. So first giveaway is coming. Here we go. And did they just access your sheet and they can
Yeah. So the sheet is to let you know what you could get, but essentially you look at the sheet, you tell me what game you want, and then you're going to message me on Discord. And then that's how I will give you the code for the game that you want from the list.
Okay.
Until I'm not sure if there's a way I can show you guys the games that aren't on the list yet but are available. Maybe I can link the Humble Choice site or something, but I have a lot more games. If I said one that sounded cool to you but it is not on the spreadsheet, you can still have that one. Let me see. Humble choice. Well, I don't know if this will. I'm going to copy this real quick. Did it pull yet? Did the giveaway?
We're finishing it now. So can we? So I guess I'm going to stop this now. So last call, everybody. Last call.
Cool.
Hey.
That's the site to see Humble Choice, but it may not show you guys the games that are on the list if you don't have an account. So, that will list all of them. But yeah, you just let me know, and if you want to take time to take your choice, you could actually, if you win the giveaway and then message me on Discord like, hey, I'm this person, you could take a look at the list and claim your game a week from now if for all I care. But
okay, first winner is Mrs. Dunsel.
Hey, congrats, Mrs.
There
Dunsel.
you go.
Okay, great. So I'll link it one more time. This list has most of the games that you can get, has most of them. There are a few that aren't even on that list, such as Yakuza Like a Dragon, Hi-Fi Rush, Steel Rising, Lotto Knot, Amanda the Adventurer, Victoria 3, Callisto Protocol, Humankind, Warhammer 40k, Saints Row, Citizen Sleeper, Life is Strange, Scorn, Beacon Pines, Marvel, all sorts.
Okay, so that's very cool. So that's Mrs. Dunsel, and then we're going to do the re-roll just right now, and this will be the second and last one. And the second person winning is Live Suing. Hey,
congrats!
I don't know. Can we really? I mean, listen. What has Live Suing ever done for us? Okay,
that's great.
Okay,
Okay,
that's awesome. Congratulations,
So,
Live Suing. Yay!
now what I'll do if you are interested in any of these games and you didn't win, then too bad. No, I'm just kidding.
Then suck it.
Yeah. I would love, I have so many of these to give away that I really should give away more. So I would love to give away 2 more on each of the remaining days of ArvCon. I guess I'll reach out to your mods, Arv. I don't want to burden them with adding, like you said, too much more to the giveaway thing. So maybe I can find some way to do it on my end. But
Okay.
But yeah,
And I mean, you'll be, and also on on Monday when you're doing for Dune, if we need, that's another thing they can add to the mix since
Okay.
they're going to be here for that. I mean, so
Okay.
either way.
So yeah, at the very least, on Monday, you guys can get a chance for more of these. But yeah, thank you all so much. That's it for me. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you all on Monday for Dune. I'm a professional dungeon master, by the way. Tomorrow I have a 6-hour gig that I'm doing, and the party that I'm running for, just these strangers that wanted a one-shot run for them for D&D, and it's a bachelor's party, and we're playing for 6 hours, and they wanted to play level 20 characters. So tomorrow I'm doing a level 20 one-shot, and don't tell them, but I'm having them fight the Demogorgon. I have the Demogorgon mini from all the way back from D&D's history in the 70s. So wish me luck with that. Hopefully I kill a couple of them.
Outstanding. Take them down. Take them down.
So
That's
all right.
awesome. Thank you again, Zach, so much for tonight.
Yeah. Thank you so much as well. Best of luck with the rest of ArvCon stuff, and see you on Monday.
Sounds good. Thanks, Zach.
Cool.
Bye, chat. Can we get some love for Zach there?
Love you, chat. You guys are great. Farewell.
All right. And that is going to do it for day 1 of ArvCon. That was great, everybody. So very happy about how day 1 went. We had an excellent opening. We had a number of people that contributed. We had that big contribution. And so here we are sitting at $1,220 out of 5,000. That is a very good start. If we average that for the next 3 days, 1220, 1220, and 1220, then I believe by the power of my math calculations, that means that we would have 3,660. That would put us, if we average that, we would be right short of our goal, like within a couple $100, and then we could just add a couple hundred to get us over the top. So that's close to what we would need to average. So also had excellent turnout tonight too. So I'm very happy on both those counts that we did that. That was great stuff. So thank you, everybody. This was awesome, and it was a good way to get things started. Thank you to my players as well, to Zach again, and of course to Johnny Pittman and and to Tori Kristen Fenley. Now, this is only day 1 of 4. Tomorrow, day 2, Saturday, is going to be a big day. This is the busiest day in terms of number of events. We will start at noon Eastern with our interview with the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation scientists. Then we're going to have the Talisman Adventures with the GOG TTRPG crew finale, along with a major announcement. You will not want to miss this. It is a big announcement, not to be missed. It's going to be awesome. And then we are going to have, so that'll be running, I believe, until, let me pull up my calendar before I start spewing out stuff that is not true. Hang on a second. There we go. There's almost that. I feel like both Google and YouTube, which are, of course, one and the same thing, have been really slow lately. I don't know what is YouTube's problem, but like, all right, there we go. Jeez. All right, that was silly. Okay, so anyway, so tomorrow, 12 to 12:30, we have the interview with the scientists. Finale of Talisman Adventures is 12:45 to 3:15 p.m. Eastern. Then we will have the scientists again in our one-shot tabletop role-playing game, Star Wars TTRPG, featuring the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation scientists. So that's going to be awesome. Johnny Pittman's going to be running that with a fancy new overlay from One Shadowed Mage. Then the second part of this concert you just heard with 2 performances, one from Kilgore Trout and the second from Chrono Wolf making a return, so that's going to be awesome. And then we're going to wrap up Saturday, day 2, with the community D&D with Shadow Crew of Waterdeep Dragon Heist, which is being described as a special one-shot. I don't really know how that's a one-shot, but it's elsewhere in Waterdeep, so things like that are happening. So that'll be a good time Saturday night. Very excited for that. Then Sunday will be day 3, D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. That's our 8-hour marathon session. And then Monday, and that will be, as I say, 12 to 8. And then Monday at, I believe it is either 3 p.m. or 3:30, I need to check, we'll be running Dune Adventures in the Imperium, Plans Within Plans. That'll be the premiere of that campaign on this channel, featuring... Oh, okay, very cool, Shadowed. Featuring our GM, Johnny Pittman, is going to be there for that, along with this brand new cast brand new to each other, of Darcy Little Badger, Valerie Valdez, the amazing Brandon O'Brien, and the amazing Zac Clay. So Zach, who you just saw. So those 4 amazing players are going to be joining together as the new cast for that awesome new campaign, which is premiering on Monday. And then we'll have our wrap-up, which will be somewhere between 15 minutes and a half hour to wrap up this, for me to give you all some thank yous and stuff like that. So it's going to be good times. But now we are going to head to bed. Now, I should, let me see. I think what I might do here is, what have we got? Okay. So we are going to do a raid because we did have a very good turnout tonight. And thank you, everybody. And please make sure you come back for more of this tomorrow. So we are going to do a raid, and the raid is very simple. It is just the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And then this one, sub raid, the Arvanauts have landed, and we've got Arvany Roar, we've got Arvany Hype, Twitch raid, Arvany Witch, Arvany Smog, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys when you were brought over auto-magically. I'm not going to do my usual outro stuff, other than the fact that I am going to do the Arvanaut, or the R video intro. I am going to do that for sure. So yeah, that's going to be good times. I'm going to play that video, and then I'm going to bring you over for the raid. And then, as I say, make sure that you're back here tomorrow, noon Eastern, for the interview with the scientists and for what is going to end up being 12 hours of entertainment on this channel. It's going to be great. So thank you to my wonderful mods who have done amazing work as always, but also amazing work behind the scenes. Thank you to Dragonspear. Thank you to Drew the Damager, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, and of course, Triffity Mats. Thank you so much for all of you for all the amazing work you have done. Thank you as well to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Drew, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, Triffid, Nonstop, Crit Twitch, Dragon Spawn, Lil Bigfoot, Live Suing, Mrs. Dunsel, and Tim Coolish. And thank you to the Anonymous Gifter for gifting a bunch of those subs today. Thank you to Beach Raider. Thank you to Damon Runyon themselves hanging out and chat with us and honor Damon Runyon. Good start today. Thank you to Darksteel Spork. Thank you to Dobby the Hubelf. Dobby the Hubelf. Belf. It's Dobby. Thank you to Fleos. Thank you to High Sakuro. Thank you to Jagtress, Mr. Jonas, and of course, thank you to Video Store Cowboy. Special thanks today to my wonderful players for Expedition to the Mysterious Peaks. And thank you to Zach for the concert. And thank you to all of you lovely people, and especially the donators today for donating to the cause. I will see you tomorrow for this. Otherwise, stick around for the video and then the raid after that. I'll see you folks tomorrow for some more awesomeness as ArvCon Day 2 rolls on. Until then, everyone, don't forget to donate, and please be good to each other. Bye for now.